and welcome to this special Let's Get Ethical broadcast. My name is Andrea Springer, and I'm the Programs and Communications Director at the World Design Organization.
And I'm Xavi Calvo, I'm the CEO of the Design Foundation of the Region of Valencia, and we are really honored of being here today as the co-MCs, Masters of Ceremonies, for this great event. We are especially thrilled to be here in La Harinera, in Valencia, a beautiful, restored industrial space that now stands as a symbol of creativity, innovation, and community.
Valencia has been an incredible host city, and this venue perfectly captures the spirit of conversations we're about to have. In fact, for WDO, we're especially proud to be back in Valencia, as it holds a special place in our shared design journey as the World Design Capital back in 2022. So today's event is more than a gathering. It's part of the legacy of that WDC designation and a reflection of Valencia's continued commitment to advancing design-led impact across borders and generations.
We also want to extend a warm welcome to all our international guests joining us via live stream. Whether you are joining us from across the globe or right here from Valencia, we are so glad to have you with us for that promises to be an engaging, reflective, and hands-on experience.
We have a thought-provoking program over the course of the next few hours and hope that you'll all be inspired by the excellent roster of speakers and experts that have been curated to lead this topic. Our program today has been divided into 3 sessions where we'll be exploring ethics in education and design, a review of professional code of ethics in Spain, and lastly, an overview of ethics in the design industry. Each session will be followed by a panel discussion on the topic where we'll invite design leaders who are pushing boundaries and asking critical questions in their own fields. They'll be sharing perspectives from across disciplines, from product development and policy to education and social innovation. You'll hear how ethical design plays out in real-world contexts and what it takes to stay grounded in values when the stakes are high.
As you can imagine, there's never been a more critical time to embrace the building blocks on ethical design. We live in a world marked by environmental, social, and economic issues, and as designers, we stand at the intersection of imagination and responsibility. The choices we make, whether in the shape of a product, the structure of a system, or the materials we use, are of significant importance. Design is not neutral, and Let's Get Ethical is not just a clever title. It's a call to action, one that invites us to consider the values, impacts, and intentions that drive our work. So let's begin our thought-provoking, energizing session with a few words of welcome from a very esteemed guest, Mr. David Rosa, Director of Valencia Innovation Capital, to help us to kick off this event. David?
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to see you only a few words after the presentation. The most important is the event, for sure. Only to say you welcome to Valencia City in this case. Welcome to La Harinera, this building. This building is part of the we are calling Valencia Innovation Capital. It's the innovation strategy of the city. But the most important for me today for me is a special day. I'm going to say you so clear. I'm mechanical engineering. My background is mechanical engineering and material engineering, and I was working many years designing different kind of products, especially in the sports industry, but focus on try to reduce the leisures for the sportsman and so on. And I'm totally understanding how the design can do to improve the quality of the products and the services, because finally the clients are the citizens. Don't forget that. This is part of my position now, working on the council. I mean, we know that during the next years, practically 70% of the global population are going to be living in the cities. We, the cities, need your help. We need your support because we need to change a lot of different kinds of things inside of the cities. We need to change the services, but we need to think a lot of the different elements from the industrial point of view, the furniture, the different elements, but the citizens need to, finally, all of us, we want to improve the quality of life of these people. We, from the administrative point of view, we need to do something special. When I'm saying special, it's something that we need to try to simplify as much as possible the arriving or the approach for the design to the cities, and try to simplify as much as possible all the regulations that we need to modify to introduce the new services and the new products. If not, you are going to be the best work from the industry, for sure, as usual you are doing, but the cities are going to be every single day less, and don't have the possibility to follow you. We are open, we are totally open to try to follow you. We are creating the concept of the sandbox. The sandbox is the opportunity to test every single product or services inside of the city. This is a new regulation that we have in this city, in the Valencia city, and it's totally open for all of you, not only for the Spanish companies or Valencia companies. It's open to the world. Only this, it's a big pleasure to be here. I'm going to be with you all the day. If you need any comment or any explanation about the Innovation Center of the city, we are totally open. Sorry, only one comment more. It's regarding to the circular economy. We are trying to introduce all the concepts of the circular economy in all normal day-by-day decisions, but it's not easy because in many cases, the scope of the, not the regulations, but the scope of the authorities that we have is not global. We are taking the waste, we are trying to manage all the cycle of the products, but many partners are part of the cycle of the products, and we need your help again to introduce all the chain of this kind of products in the ecosystem for the cities, to help the cities. Welcome again, and see you during the day. Enjoy it. Bye.
Thank you very much, David. I do like very much your profile, and I think it's very nice everything you said, because it's a great example of how design is also a tool for innovation. It's something we are always trying to explain, and to have here this great example is great to us. So thank you very much also for having us and making this possible. Now let's kick off the day with an inspiring look at the role of design in a global context marked by social, as I said before, climate and technological emergencies. It's a necessary reflection to frame the ethical challenges facing the profession today and spark international conversation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Thomas Garvey to the stage. Thomas. Thomas is president of World Design Organization and has worked across a range of design disciplines and global settings, and has led international teams in professional design projects and research programs. Prior to WDO, World Design Organization, he was associate professor in the School of Industrial Design at Carleton University in Ottawa, in Canada, where he was director from 2007 to 2017. He specialized in design for extreme and minimal environments, and his interest in small-scale living spaces grew out of work in New York on space station interiors and led to doctoral studies at the University of Tokyo on the topic of housing and urban density. In 2022, he was appointed as distinguished visiting professor in the School of Design of Hunan University. Thomas, thank you very much.
Thank you, Xavi, and thank you, Andrea, for your introductions this morning. Good morning, and welcome everybody around the world. As president of WDO, it's my great pleasure to be here with all of you to celebrate World Industrial Design Day 2025. It's a great pleasure to be here in the Valencia Innovation Capital and with our friends from Andreu World and our colleagues, and we thank you deeply for your sponsorship and help with this event. What started back in 2008 as a way to highlight the work of industrial designers has become somewhat of a global celebration of design's impact. I've been watching the program since this morning, and looking at all the names around the world and people joining us, I realize we've got an amazing community that is trying to work together to do the right thing. We say, let's get ethical. It's an interesting but odd thing to say. Let's tell the truth. Let's do the right thing. This is a topic that goes to the heart of our profession. It challenges us to reflect, not only on what we create, but on the values that guide our profession. How are we being guided? At a time when our decisions have very far-reaching implications, it's no secret that designers in particular have an opportunity, but more so maybe a responsibility to lead the way. To ensure we're designing not just for innovation, but for ethics, for a better future, for sustainability, and above all, for human dignity. Ethical design is not optional, it's essential. It shapes how we face every one of our global challenges, climate change, to the innovation of AI, and how we build a better future. So I send my sincere thanks to the team at the Secretariat of Montreal for their planning and production of this amazing event. I welcome you all. Yes, please, everybody. I welcome you all, and I say thank you again for being with us together.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for sharing those words and for also highlighting the fact that this discussion is really about a responsibility that we all have. Now, it's my pleasure to invite to the stage a man that needs little introduction and the co-host of today's event, Mr. Jesus Linares. Jesus is CEO of Andreu World, a B Corp company with 70 years of sustainable design expertise and a long-standing WDO corporate member. He began his career at Procter & Gamble and has more than 30 years of experience in the furniture industry. Under his leadership, the Andreu World brand operates in over 100 countries with 33 flagship showrooms worldwide. He's driven a zero-waste, carbon-neutral model and positioned the company as a circular economy pioneer. We are honored to welcome Jesus to the stage. Jesus.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Xavi. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to welcome you this year in a celebration of the World Industrial Design Day, right here in Valencia, a city that continues to inspire innovation, creativity, and ethical progress in design. On behalf of Andreu World, we are proud to organize this global gathering alongside the World Design Organization, Valencia Innovation Capital, and the Foundation of Design of the Valencian region. This year's theme, Let's Get Ethical, couldn't resonate more deeply with our mission. At Andreu World, we believe that design is not just about form and function, it's about responsibility. And we have held this belief since the very beginning. Since 1955, when we were founded as a small family business committed to craftsmanship, quality, and care for our surroundings. Now, 70 years later, we are proud to continue that legacy, and as certified B Corp, a zero waste and carbon neutral company, and the first furniture manufacturer to certify its entire portfolio under cradle to cradle standards for the circular economy. Our aim is not only to create beautiful and durable products, but to do so in a way that actively contributes for a more sustainable and just future. Our materials are responsibly sourced, our manufacturing processes are transparent, and our products are recyclable and circular by design. But ethics in design goes beyond sustainability. It includes fairness, inclusion, equity, and cultural respect. In short, it means putting people and the planet at the heart of every decision we make. Being here today in Valencia, the 2022 World Design Capital, gives this moment even more meaning. This city is not only our home, it's a symbol of design as a driver for positive change, a place where industry, education, public institutions, and design culture come together. Today's program reflects that spirit. Together, we'll explore the urgent need for ethics in design education, in professional practice, and in the global industry. We'll hear from voices across generations and geographies. And we will open space for meaningful dialogue, honest reflection, and collective ambition. This is not just a celebration. It's a call to action, a reminder that design has power, and with that power comes responsibility. Let's use it wisely. I warmly invite you to join us during the day, whether you are here with us in person or tuning via live streaming from around the world, as we continue this essential dialogue with the global design community. A conversation that sees design as both a tool and a driving force for building a more ethical, sustainable, and inclusive future. Thank you for joining us, and once again, let's get ethical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesus. I think we are very lucky of having Andreu World as a great example from Valencia to the whole world, and also from all these companies that are struggling really hard to be around the globe. So I want to link this with our warm welcome to Esther Olivas. She is the General Director of Internationalization and Entrepreneurship of the government of the Region of Valencia, Generalitat Valenciana. So thank you very much for all your support and also to be here with us. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting us. I talk on behalf of the regional minister, Ms. Marian Cano. She's the Minister of Innovation, Industry, Trade and Tourism. And she could not be here today, but she asked me to come to be able to share with you, I think, this particular and unique moment. It is a true honor to welcome you to Valencia. And they already explained that this city not only breathes design, but also projects it to the world. And today is a really good example, because I think we are live streaming this session since very early in the morning. So we have been having, I think, this unique event evolving all across the world. That, for us, is very important, and also the theme that we are talking today about. We are talking about let's get ethical. And I think this event represents a unique opportunity to reflect, inspire, and connect from a world perspective on the major ethical challenges facing our discipline. So we talked about sustainability, accessibility, emerging technologies, justice in design, and responsible training. From the regional government, of course, we are very proud and thankful to the World Design Organization that since 2008 has held this event to highlight the value of industrial design in our lives. And this year, for the first time, we have the privilege of hosting it not only in Spain, but in particular in Valencia, which I think is not a coincidence, because you have already heard this city represents, and that he already explained, a model of how design can be a driver of change and social cohesion. So I really don't want to extend. I think this intangible asset, together with trademarks, patents, but in particular industrial designs, are key to foster innovation in our industry. You know, the industry in our region of Valencia is very strong, very wide, and they are working strongly to adapt to the changing world we are living in. So they are making a great effort on, I think, innovating within their companies. And we have to thank our companies to take this innovation to a higher level through this industrial design that supports and is going to foster their position and competitiveness in the global market. So I really want to thank the board of the World Design Organization and all the experts from all around the world that they came to take part in this event. I think your presence underscores that design is a common language capable of building bridges and setting up shared solutions. So thank you to all, and I really wish you a very fruitful session today. Thanks.
Thank you, Esther, for joining us, as well as for demonstrating your commitment to the creative industries. Before we proceed, I'd like to share a little bit of background information about the World Industrial Design Day and why we've gathered to discuss this topic today. As I mentioned previously, it's a real pleasure for me to be here with all of you on behalf of the World Design Organization as we gather to celebrate World Industrial Design Day 2025 under the timely and powerful theme of Let's Get Ethical. World Industrial Design Day, or WID, is an annual International Day of Observance held every 29th of June to celebrate the power of industrial design to improve quality of life around the world. Established back in 2007, WID was created to shine a light on the role that industrial designers play in shaping products, systems, and experiences that impact our daily lives, from the simplest tools to the most complex infrastructures. Each year, this global day brings together designers and design advocates in cities all around the world through exhibitions, panels, workshops, community events, and educational programming, all rooted in a common theme that reflects the issues and opportunities facing our profession. This year's theme, Let's Get Ethical, I feel we're going to be saying that a lot today, couldn't be more urgent or more relevant. Ethics in design is not just a passing trend, it's a fundamental necessity. And so the theme reflects a growing demand across industries, societies, and generations for accountability, transparency, and integrity around how we design and why. From climate justice to AI, from inclusive access to circular economies, designers are being called on to take a stand, to reflect deeply on the values embedded in our process, and to be responsible stewards of change. For WDO, Let's Get Ethical is a rallying cry to ensure that ethics is not an afterthought, but a cornerstone of how we teach, practice, and evolve the field of industrial design. The theme of ethics is not just relevant, it's essential to the work we do as designers and as global citizens. Design decisions have ripple effects, and those ripples can either reinforce existing inequities or help dismantle them. Today's session is about equipping ourselves with the tools and language to design more responsibly. It's about exploring the pillars of ethical design, including transparency, inclusivity, sustainability, and respect, and how these principles can shape everything from our client briefs to our community partnerships. So what do we hope that you'll take away from today? First, a deeper awareness of ethical dimensions of your practice. Second, a shared vocabulary and framework that you can bring back to your teams, your classrooms, and your communities. And finally, the inspiration and courage to challenge the status quo and design with purpose. So let's lean in. Let's ask questions, share ideas, and listen with curiosity. Let's get a little uncomfortable, understanding that this is a space for dialogue, reflection, and growth. This is the work of ethical design, and it begins with moments like this and an understanding that what we design matters, but how we design matters even more. So let's get ethical design together. Shall we begin? Our next presenter has traveled to be with us all the way from Ahmedabad, India. Professor Pradyumna Vyas is the former director of the National Institute of Design, India's premier design institute. Currently, he's a senior advisor of design promotion and innovation at the Confederation of Indian Industry and is president-elect on the board of directors of the World Design Organization. Pradyumna has more than 38 years of professional and teaching experience in various spheres of design and design promotion, and joins us today to introduce our first session on ethics in academic design education. Together, this panel will explore how ethics is integrated into school curriculum and brings together teachers and students to discuss the role of ethics in design education. Our session will be moderated by Anakshu Sabalbeyeskoa, a journalist and art historian and the author of more than 20 books. For the past 30 years, Anakshu has been writing about architecture and design and has also been an active reviewer and critique of the leading Spanish newspapers, El País. Let's warmly welcome Pradyumna to the stage and Anakshu to begin our session. I don't know. Okay.
Very good morning and wish you very happy World Industrial Design Day. Thank you very much, Andreu World. This is for inviting us, and also the Innovation Capital of Valencia. Indeed, it is a pleasure to share our thoughts with the audience that let us get ethical. Let me just bring the education perspective that design education started in Second Industrial Revolution, 1860, 1870, that time, to be precise, 1919 in Bauhaus. And world over, that education pattern has been followed by most of the design schools. The education system was based on consumer-centric technology, people, and profit. And this particular aspect, which led to the linear economy, take, make, use, and throw, has created some kind of chaos because it was more on a consumer-centric economy. And the way world is growing, and I come from a country which has 1.4 billion population, and China is also almost like that. And if we also start the way consuming, in fact, we are already consuming the materials, I think we need 4 planet Earths to really satisfy the need of so many people. There is no other way that we can afford to carry on the way which we are carrying on in the design education, and we have to change mindset with the ethics in design education. Future of design education need to see beyond aesthetics, which we mentioned. Designer makes choices that shapes the behavior. And I think this behavior becomes very important when we want to change the behavior. The ethical practice have to come in. All the presenters have mentioned about, and I'm also repeating about the equity, sustainability, humanity is the foundation of design thinking, and not the side course. Unfortunately, the design schools and otherwise the design education has kept this aspect a bit of on sidetrack and focused more on the technology and the processes development rather than looking the human point of view. Design schools hold the responsibility of cultivate moral. Now, how this moral word is never there in design education. It is a purpose and then going forward. Moral imagination, not just creative skills. We focus on creative skills, but we need to really look into the softer aspects of the whole learning process. Focus must be on around the context. And we always say that the contextual use of technology is design, and that's why the context comes first. The context, impact, and purpose, and to act with accountability in this complex universe. We do live in the complex world. Complex world need the complex approach to find a suitable solution for the sustainable development. ethical design starts with empathy. Actually, majority of time you see when design education started, it was from the different outside point of view. But we have to put ourselves in the shoes and see that what are the pain points through empathy. That means asking students to design with people. And this is missing, and more it is missing when we are using the internet and other aspects, that we are not really going with the society or communities to try and work with them. So design with communities and not just for them. We always look into, oh, this is the problem and we have to really provide the solution. No, we have to work with them. We have to really co-create, and the co-creation becomes very important. Must avoid harm, whether it is social, environmental, or psychological, and teach students to see user as a human being with dignity. I think this term was used extensively, consumer and user, and it has to really, which efforts are going, that we are talking about consumer to user to human, and now we are talking about humanity, that it is not only the human, but we have to look into the life on the planet and see that how we are empathetic with all. Sorry, I am not. Ethics means design for many. We always say the design for billion. Always look for that how, which we are addressing the larger issues rather than getting into the smaller issues. Not the just privileged one. And I always mention that the design approach in education has to be ecocentric and not egocentric. Not to satisfy somebody's ego, but look into the ecological aspects which we are really looking into it. The assignments and projects that reflect inclusivity, accessibility, and real public need. Now the need identification again has to be with the communities and people to go there. This will help equity and social justice into the designer's mindset. I think this social justice aspect has to come with empathy, and focus should get into this whole aspect of ethical way of dealing with. Ethics begin with character, integrity, humility, and responsibility should be nurtured not through lectures, but through studios. And again, we are saying that go to community, work with them. All these working with the government, working with the people, and find out the real needs, and do mentorship and self-reflection in the design education. What we design, design who we are. Education must reflect self-reliance. And I think I would like to insist on this particular point, that the way this whole mass production thing is happening and supply chain, which is becoming very, it's a market-driven thing. I think this education system need to change really into the self-reliance, celebrate local identity, supporting crafts, and reducing dependency on extractive systems. Now, one-time material which we are taking out, can we really look into regenerative processes, recycling processes, upcycling processes, so we don't harm planet Earth too much on the material which we are taking out. Design rooted in the place and people fosters dignity and sustainable development. And that is what I think the route which we have to take it forward. Help students to see that design doesn't end with the deliverable we carry. We carry that to the ecosystems, communities, and mentors that shape us. Design is an offering, and accountability must share beyond the brief. So I think this, what we owe to the next generation and the planet Earth, that has also be focused in the design education. Now, this is the main area which we all are struggling with the technology, the way technology is moving forward. The most of the design things are happening based on what technological developments are happening, and there the design education has to really investigate that how technology should be used. Is technology the driver or is the technology enabler? And the focus has to be that people come first, environment come first, and technology come afterwards. So the contextual use certainly becomes very important of the technology. Technology is a powerful but not natural. It's man-made. A student must learn to question how tools shapes behavior. Think data, ethics, biases in algorithms. Ethics in design technology means ensuring dignity, consent, and fairness for all users. Next is that following the nature. Nature is not just inspiration, it is the teacher. And that major change in design education has to come. Earth, water, fire, air, and spaces hold timeless design wisdom. Regenerative, cyclic design thinking fosters ecological balances and essential ethical principles which we have to bring it in education. And we have to work there is a what you call natural cycle, and there is a man-made cycle, and we have to follow the natural cycle to see that nature has zero waste. There is no waste in nature. Everything is useful, and same cycle I think we need to follow in the education as well. Ethics not only taught, but it is caught. We have to really take it. It is not in the just classroom learning, but we have to get inspirations from people and see that what we can really do. Through mentorship, critics, and shared stories, values, and absorption. Education must nurture safe space for reflection, dialogues, and learning by examples. And in my teaching career, I always felt that there is no teaching now. There is only learning. And teachers are mentor. They are enabling them to their thought process. And as a teacher, we need to allow to have their point of view, which is value-centric. And that is what the teacher's role becomes. Ethics is not elective. It is the essence of design education. Our role as educator is to live values in pedagogy, in practice, and every interaction. Only then with the students leave not just skills, but ethically grounded students will come. How can we make ethics, culture, and not peripheral, central and not peripheral to the design education? This is the question which we have to really look into, and how we bring in ethics in design education. That is what we'll be discussing. Thank you very much for listening to me.
So thank you so much. Pradyuma, please join us for this panel discussion. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hello, the people who are connecting with us or who will be connecting with us from wherever, all over the world. We are going to hold 3 panels regarding ethics and something else, professional, industrial designers, the industry. But this first one, from Andreu World and the organization, they felt it had to be in the beginning. And the beginning is, besides being born, the beginning is being educated. So we have, in order to discuss this first issue, we have Pedro Fuentes. Pedro Fuentes is a chemical engineer from the Polytechnic University here in Valencia. And he's done all his work as a chair of innovation in social and environmental design. We also have Nacho Lavernia Amador, because there is another Nacho Lavernia, who happens to be a graphic designer, very well known as well, just like him, and who happens to look exactly like him, but 30 years older, right? So it has to be Nacho Lavernia Amador. Nacho is a graphic designer, and he was a previous deputy director of the EASD, so it's the Valencia College of Art and Design, and he's in charge of the International Design Office these days. We have also two semi-students, almost recently graduated. Carmen Garcia, she recently, just a month ago, graduated from the University CEU here in Valencia. She's an industrial designer. She's already a World Design Organization WDO member, right? No, so that I got wrong. I thought it was perhaps too early, but you know, I got that information. Good, please correct me anytime I make a mistake, because that is ethical as well, and this is what we are trying to do here. Talking about ethics, and correct me if I'm wrong, Carmen Garcia was involved in the furniture workshop to help rebuild Valencia, basically, part of Valencia after the Dana, right? And finally, we have Nita Judita, who is a... Are you a member of the World Design Organization?
A Young Designer Circle. That is
Exactly,
part of the...
almost there. Young Designer Circle. She's a very contemporary designer, because she's not specialized in industrial design or in visual design. She's a multi-purpose designer, community designer as well, and she is also a bridge, obviously, in between Uganda and Valencia, where she has studied. So with all of them, of course, Pradyuma Vias, I mean, he has been introduced already, but just a reminder for those of you who just joined us, he is the president-elected of the World Design Organization. He was he's an educator, an industrial designer. He is a senior advisor of the Confederation of India Industries, and also the former director of the Institute of Design in India. So with all of them, we hope to tackle different issues on design education. And if you like, I would like to start by knowing what is ethical and where do ethics start? You can answer, any of you. If no one answers, I will point you. And this is ethical as well, because I mean, we have to give answers to, and also many of you can answer the same question, or I can, if you figure that things have been already answered, we can go to another question.
I can start.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you.
Yes, to be easy. I think in all the universities or schools of design, we found a transversal competence, and also in some subjects, we found ethics in different ways. But the beginning, the start, was 60s, 70s, 80s. There are a lot of global crises and a lot of social movements. And after a while, in the framework of the campuses, some professors moved something in this direction. And that's why today we found all these activities.
Thank you, Pedro, for giving us some of the history of ethics. Are we in a good time for this progression that you said it started in the 60s, 70s, and 80s? Are we improving from there, or are we reflecting what's going on in the world?
I think it's clear we are improving. I think it's clear we now found students that simultaneously feeling overwhelming, but exciting and inspiring about the positive, the potential improvement of the global crisis related with ethics. All the words we found in all the speeches are today in the vocabulary of students and professors.
So Nacho, how are ethics tackled in design schools? Are they tackled? Is this a recent subject that it was added? And also you, as a student, as recent students, I would like you to answer this question. Thank you.
I'm not sure if, as Pedro said, ethics is involved on the school and on the teaching of design, of course, because of teaching and because of design, both things. But I think we don't tackle ethics directly, as a matter of study in the schools. I think it's every time we do something on design, every time we work with the students, there is some ethical behavior, ethical thoughts there, and also some ethical discussions, I guess.
So it's a climate. And it's something that you as teachers look for. I mean, it's not a specific subject.
No.
But it's all over.
Yeah.
Is that so?
I think, yeah, but it's because the professor, I don't know what to say.
Yes, Pradyumna.
Padruma. He says that we cannot. We have to move in ethicals. We have to move in sustainability. As he say, China and India, they have a lot of population, so they cannot. We cannot continue doing the same. So this is something that we know in the schools and in the design profession.
We
and
know
industry
that,
also.
Sorry, we know that we cannot continue teaching as we used to.
Yes.
Now, how are we changing that?
I think because we try to get involved all the contexts, not just to design as a matter of how you say theoretical stuff, but very practical, very on the side, on the floor.
Carmen and Nita, do you agree with that? Have you felt that while you were a student?
As a student in the university, in the CEU Cadena Harinera, I can say, there is not a subject that is called ethics, but we have a subject that is called sustainability. And we have problems or we deal with the topics like environmental impact or the social impact that a project is going to have in the society. Also, in every project, I think that it's implicitly that when we, design a chair, we want to know where it's produced, the materials, if they are responsible or not. And also, if you want to get involved in something that is ethics, I think that you have to, you need this sensibility to do a project like that. And I think that it's more like the teachers and the students' commitment than something that is in the curriculum.
So it's a personal commitment?
I think yes. It's more like things that you do as a volunteer, that something that is teaching in the school. It's involved in every project, or you have to think about that, but it's nothing that is taught, at least as named as ethics.
So it's not taught, but it is expected somehow?
It's taught, for example, in the subject that I said, the sustainability, we have the topics like the kilometer zero, the production. So it's tough. So you did it, that you have the foundation. But if you want to get involved and do a project like that, you have to have an interest for it.
Yeah. And Nita, you do have an interest, right?
Yes. So I would like to add more on to what Carmen has said. My first introduction to ethics, I would say, was in my fourth year. In a specific subject called sustainability. And if
so
anything...
That's the last year.
That is the last year of the course. And it was in the sustainability class that we were able to design something where we were designing for people that were different from the majority of the group. We were designing specifically for kids that had different abilities to the majority of the group. So it was the first time that I had introduction to to ethics. But also, I would like to say that during the career, I would have liked to know more about the consequences of the work that I do as a designer. I guess I feel that that was lacking. For example, I can say, okay, yes, I do know about how the manufacturing process is, but how about the byproducts of the manufacturing process? What do I do if it's creating more of a negative impact? How to tackle situations like that?
So in order to keep working on the ethics of design, what do you ask your students? What do you teach them to wonder? For example, if they are asked to produce whatever, an object, a chair, a table, what should they ask? About materials, you've mentioned, about are there enough chairs? What is this chair adding to the market? Where is this chair going to be used? How is it going to be used? I mean, how far can ethics go to?
So, for example, I think that, okay, let's say we need to realize that as designers, most of the times we're going to be designing for the majority of the population. And what that means is, if it works for me, it probably works for someone else that looks like me and is in the same conditions as me. And what happens in situations like that is certain minority groups are excluded. So, for example, as the chair, it's not just a question of, can I sit in this chair? Does it help me relax without breaking? Okay, fine, the structural part is okay. But is this chair long term? Can I use this chair just apart from like sitting on it? But also, it's questions like, how far does my impact as a designer go? For example, this chair, I designed it to sit on. But if someone in the kitchen wants to use it to stand, to reach something at the top shelf, that is something that works, although that wasn't my initial intention for the chair. So just realizing how far we need to think when we are designing things.
But do we think that an object, a piece of furniture, for example, that can be used for many different purposes is more ethical? Because I always used to think that, for example, the sofa that can become a bed is not a good sofa nor a good bed. So the chair that can become a stool or a stairs, I mean, does it really make it more ethical?
That is a very good question, and I have an example for that. Let's say paper straws. Okay, one would say paper straws are more sustainable because they're not made of plastic, but I don't like using a paper straw and there's paper in my drink. So there's a debate there between, yes, can something be ethically better, like environmentally and socially, but also we're compromising on other things like usability, like the basis.
So far we are seeing that ethics in design, even in design education, is not an easy thing to put it, right? It's not easy because it has different ways of looking at it, and it's too complex, right? Do you think in between all of us we could find things, characteristics that make education more ethical? For example, you just mentioned long-term, things that last. And you said, yes.
Basic.
Is it?
It's basic. Is to long-term versus trends. That's an obvious question to be more ethics. Yeah. Because Brown is a good example. It's one of the reference, in some of the products. If you put something on the market and stay on the market for 20 years, it's not a trend. Obviously. It's something good.
Yes. Now, can the industry, the global industry, allow that? Because we have, regarding design, we have the Salone all over the world. What's new? What's new is the question of the press every year, no?
Magazines, yeah.
So do we have something that we need to re-educate rather than the students, also the industry, with the long term in mind? Would you say some? I mean, I'm asking questions.
It's a very good question. But I think there are two different approaches here. One is what it is ethical for designers and for teaching, and the other thing is what it is ethical for the industry.
Because it's not the same?
I think it's not the same. Because if you are a designer, you can ask yourself if there is enough chairs already designed in the world, and you don't need to design any other one. But maybe for the industry, it's not. So I think there's some difference there.
So what's the use of learning something when you are a student that you cannot apply when you become a designer or a producer?
Why can't you?
Because, I mean, we are all saying here that ethics is very difficult to
live with.
To live with and to limit it, because, yeah. I mean, if we have a code of ethics and we apply everything, we'll just basically do very little, because perfection is not part of the world. Now, how to make the design world and design more organic, more fitted to the world that we are facing?
Yeah. You see, in design education, if we really look into, many times the educator says that our students are industry ready. Now, industry wants to make money. Industry wants to see that every year new collection of clothing and cars and everything is coming out, and that is the way I think the GDP also goes, because it's a consumption-centric economy. I think we need to really change that storyline from industry ready to what is correct for the industry. So we need to give education to the students that they have a value-centric point of view. When they join any industry, they will say that I will work for you, I will make profit for you, but listen what I want to tell you about the future, which is more sustainable. I think this values that not just following what industry is saying, but you are saying that what are important factors that need to be given. The second aspect is in this, the linear economy which we are actually doing. This mindset has to change in education. The convenience is the biggest enemy. Every one of us wants convenient life. And then there are providers to convenience. And there I think we have to have a standpoint that I'm not going to use the plastic bottle, whatever it is, drinking water, because plastic has given us tremendous convenience, but we have exploited. And I think that aspect needs to shift, that this is my value systems, not follow the rules of the government, but I will follow my own. When I was listening to her, it was 4th year they introduced it. I think this is the foundation of the ethical and value-centric education should start from the schools itself. So that we imbibe in every thought process to take forward the ethical practices in education.
Yeah. And as Pedro said, it has already, and as Carmen said, it has already started in the school, because, I mean, you have class subjects on sustainability, on durability, on inclusivity, on accessibility, which were not taught before in schools, right? So that's a way. But in the end, it seems to me, because of what you are talking, that in the end, it's a very personal choice. Is that so?
No, you see, again, the discussion is happening around the product, whether it is a chair or whether it is a garment and all. I think the discussion needs to shift from product to services to systems. Now the system is that, like, the planet has a system. Everything is moving around in some system way. And she mentioned about it actually. That chairs, what is the next life after using it? So the way nature has purpose in each and every activity, I think the education need to focus more on systems rather than product. And this shift has to happen, that in a larger context, larger complexity, how are we really training the new generation of designers who are looking into replication of their decision, that whether it is good or whether it is not so good. And that thing will come only with the systems thinking.
So basically, we're facing a new generation of designers that will be focusing more on systems, as you said, on trying to solve things, because they are problem solvers, designers. They can put together many things rather than making a specific thing.
I think this, again, we are getting into this problem solving. The designers, we are putting it that he is the boss to solve the problem. I am saying the shift has to move from problem solving to co-creation. You work with the community and co-create. You go into the field and work with whatever complexity is there in that particular thing, and allow students to work with them and learn from them and have their point of view also and create something. So the co-creation certainly is a shift which is required in the design education, rather than you are solving the problem. Problem solving will happen, a teamwork.
Co-creation in the design education. Can you tell us about this?
Yeah, sure. It's, in general, will be more ethic if the learning is more authentic. And there are two pillars for that. One of them is the co-creation with the real actors.
Which, could you explain to us what co-creation means?
Co-creation is you are going, for example, to design a squares and furniture for the streets and whatever. You are not sitting in your office drawing, but going to the people who will use, talk with the producers, talk with the rest of the stakeholders, and then you could create something.
So bottom design rather than from the
exactly
dialogue, communication.
Of course, that you can use different type of tools, and you can be more deep or less deep, but this is the idea of co-creation, the co-design, and then the technical part is in your side, but the pains and the solutions are coming from the real actors.
Yes.
Yeah, we normally try to explain to students ethics is a balance between what the designers or companies want, because companies want at the end two things: profits and legacy. And ethics is the balance, taking into account all the constraints, all the boundaries for culture, context, regulation, all this stuff. You need to find the balance between the profit, the benefits, and the legacy.
And do you always find it a balance?
Well, we try to tell the students to include questions, questions about who benefits, who is harmed, what is something went wrong. All this stuff is something on top of all the technical tools or activities we do.
Could you give us an example? Because I think perhaps we will need to be more precise about something. Could you give us an example of this type of way of designing? Going to the street or going somewhere to ask, to talk to people, to establish a dialogue instead of doing the commission that you have encountered while you were studying?
It was a project started by Manuel Baño. I think it was in the early 2000, maybe you were involved in that. And it was a platform that connected the artisans that were in need or they have necessities that were urgent to solve with the designers, the students that were in the career. And I think it was a volunteer, but later I think it was something compulsory that you have to take it at least one time in the school. And it benefited both the artisans, of course, because they solved their needs through the design, and also the students, because they can go out from the academic bubble, we can name it like that, and they could see like another realities and things that not like I know we are like always designing things that a chair, but there are a lot of chairs. It was a way to focus on something that was urgent and it was a need, and they are solving problems that people has. So,
And it was just an exception, or once you started designing and analyzing like that, that changed the way you approach design in the school?
I think I was not in that project. I was in the Dana project that you said at the beginning, and for us, I thought about all the students that were involved, and I think the teachers also. It changed our things of our way to think the design. It was like before and after. Now I want to get involved in more projects like that. It's something that we don't have in the school, a project to participate in something social or I don't know. It's very difficult to explain like what we have in the career, or if we get involved in something that is ethics. But with that project, you can see the experience, and not only yours, about the people that you were helping.
So you are a defender of dialogue, of talking to people, rather. And you too?
Yes, as well. I do have a similar what she was talking about with Manolo Baño. I did a project similar to that with him, in the sense that, for example, we had to design toys for children that were on the autistic spectrum and had like other difficulties. But those children were in Mokowe, Kenya. And then it posed the question of, why would I design with the resources that I have here and the machines that I have here and then just give it to them there? The question was, why don't we create toys that they're able to make themselves using the tools and the materials that they have available in their country, just to keep it going. And I think that was like a great introduction to like listening to other people's needs, but also understanding that not everyone has the same facilities that you do, and just thinking outside your own bubble. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Pedro, because it seems that the students are able to tackle the ethic issue with a particular project. What about you as a teacher? Have you evolved in the way you explain or try to talk your students into ethical behavior and design?
I think most of professors are already engaged. It's not a question to be involved, to introduce some elements. Most of professors in our environment are really engaged with that. It's the basis. When you start thinking about what for new year, new academic year, we put that on the fundamental.
Yeah, it's fundamental, but still it's something that is so much needed. And they both mentioned the same teacher, and that's not a coincidence, perhaps.
Probably, no? There's always a star. Yeah, but you see, for example, it's moving around you see some prototypes. These prototypes are made, as an example, and made in the Master of Industrial Design, taking to the raw material, the packaging of a company. The company deliver something, and then the packaging becomes a problem. Till this moment, art is a must, suddenly it's a problem, it's a waste. And then we put this as the raw material, and then students prepare for different possibilities for schools. And then when the company move all these things, instead to move to a waste place, they move to a school. And the professor has a guide and raw material to teach technology with a waste. This is an example of how we, instead of just create furniture, we provide students a scenario to create circular economy with real stakeholders, talking with students, talking with the professors of the school, talking with the company who deliver the transport and so on.
I have two more questions before we let you ask a few questions as well. The first one is on the design education. Is the design education ethical in itself? I mean, do they want to produce designers? Do they want to have clients? Has it become a way of making money in certain ways? There are so many design schools in the world. Mm-hmm. When I was little, there were like 2. So,
okay. First, I want to say about you were talking before. I think all the schools on design have changed from 10 years now into sustainability and everything. And these changes, it makes, I think, it makes the schools better, you know, more ethical maybe. And about the question you say now, it was, what was the question?
I will put it in another way. I was saying that if design schools are always ethical, in the sense that how much do they do to improve what they teach, or how much do they do to get more students? I mean,
yeah, that's maybe we are a different case because our school is completely public, so we don't do things to get more students. I mean, this is not our duty.
You have enough students.
Yeah. Fortunately, we have enough. But I mean, we just invest on the students, not in getting more students.
Okay.
And I think in that way, we have a very ethical behavior.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Radhuma as well. Yeah.
You see this in education if we really look into these teaching methods. So money is not a bad word. Means we have to make it like if with longevity you are doing, then how are we going to make money? We have to use it, and that's the reality that we have to use and change and use. Real issue comes is that yes, it should be people-centric, society-centric, what we are doing. Profit is important because we have to survive. Planet is important. We have to look into planet, 3rd P. And the 4th P, which becomes important, is the purpose. So in design education, if you really people, profit, planet, and purpose, introduce the purpose, I think you would be able to bring out the designers, which will always ask the question of addressing any problem is that what is the purpose? What I am doing, what is the purpose of it? And that purpose certainly will be a value-centric. And that is what I think we need to really cultivate into the education thing, because if we are talking about sustainability, that we should be able to use it for very longer duration, what will happen in the industry? Industry have to really produce, and employment and other things are generating. But the model of purpose has to be introduced in this. So I would say that it will become more ethical way of addressing the issue.
So the last question that will be asked to all the panels, and I would like all of you to answer shortly, is about fake ethics.
Yeah,
interesting.
It is. Ethics washing is a reality. And then we can teach students, for example, the big failures like Facebook or Volkswagen or other kind of very well known, and discuss a bit about that and make questions about where is the proof when you are talking about your ethics. That's super important. At the end, what we want is to teach students how to think instead of what to think.
Nacho?
Well, I don't know about fake ethics. It's something very strange. I mean, what do you mean when you say fake ethics?
for example, when talking about ecology, there was this,
Yeah.
as Pedro said, this greenwashing. Everything that
Greenwashing,
was
yeah.
green was supposed to be ecological, wasn't really. And perhaps many things were, even vegetables, planted and...
This is not really ethics.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, okay.
So it's because it's so necessary and so difficult to deal with within all its complexity, is it easier to fake it? I mean, Pedro just gave a few examples.
Mm-hmm.
Do you study them in the university, Pedro? Yes.
Yeah.
To study cases. Do you as well? Nacho?
I'm not sure about that.
So perhaps this could be an idea for the school.
Yeah, maybe.
And a result of this panel and of this discussion to study fake ethics as well.
Yeah, maybe my colleagues from product design, they do this already, but in graphic design, which is what I taught, it's different maybe. Anyway, I think it's a very important this what you say, but in the foundation of design, in the very ground foundation of design, you have to ask the question always, why I have to design this? And maybe this is something which helps you to face the fake ethics, because you have to answer yourself. I mean, you can, of course, money, it's not the enemy. I mean, it's not, but you, as designer, you can ask yourself if you have to do something or not, and if it's ethical or not. And I think it's on the ground of design itself. So if you design, you must ask yourself these questions.
Okay.
And this prevents maybe a little bit about, from fake ethics.
Carmen?
I believe they are. We can see a lot of examples of enterprises that have social washing or greenwashing. And I think that the point of the designer is about the knowledge and the empathy and to know what is ethics or not. And that's the way that we can design, know how to do it with an ethical point.
So knowing is ethical.
Okay, I'll try to keep it short, but for example, I think that as we've progressed in society, the younger generation is demanding more accountability from companies. People are more conscious about what they're consuming. And the unfortunate side about that is I feel that some companies are using it as a marketing tool to sell their products more and be like, okay, you know, like our products are sustainable. We're just throwing words out there to market and make more sales. So it is harder to know who is really being ethical and who's just trying to use it as a marketing strategy. But I do feel like if we continue having these conversations and being taught how to spot certain lies would be beneficial.
Radiuma, very shortly, please.
Practice what you teach. I think that becomes very important aspect, because we teach something but we don't practice it ourselves. And this is the irony. Other thing is that the fake ethics is that storytelling, that we make a story around ethics and sustainability. In reality, it is not really doing that. And you will find examples where we need to question whether it is really ethical to shift from plastic to paper or plastic to glass. Maybe not. So scientific way of analyzing in a system manner certainly is required, and a lot of storytelling is going on the ethical and sustainability, which is actually harming more than what it is doing. So behavior certainly becomes very important. That plastic is not bad, but you're behaving or abusing plastic.
Exactly, yes.
That is what is happening. Otherwise, shifting it from plastic to paper, are we really doing something or not? That is the question.
Yeah, so it's important that we learn not to see the world in black and white terms, right? So we have time for perhaps 3 questions maximum, or a couple, yeah.
Thank you very much for your words, and it's very interesting, the roundtable. I want to ask about the intellectual property, because this is a direct to the ethics in the education of design. That means, are the schools in anywhere, here in Valencia or in India, or you as students, really making an effort to transmit the importance to see the state of art, how the important is to create, to have, which is the situation, to know which is the situation before you create something new. It's good to question if I should do something new. And it's critical, I think, that everybody from the students, from the school, they can be educated in this important thing. The intellectual property is one of the pillars, we can say, of the innovation. And this is something that comes from all of us, one by one, and from the education system as well.
Pedro, or
I don't.
because Pedro was saying like this, so I thought
Yeah,
might
it's
have an
crucial.
answer.
Yeah, it's crucial in education because it's crucial in society. And today we have a global world, a very quick ways to produce, very quick ways to copy. And then each time it's more important to be quick if you want to be the first doing something, because the intellectual property is under risk everywhere. We try to introduce a student the concept of how important are the value of ideas, and you can't take a copy with a system to do the things, and to be careful with artificial intelligence and all this stuff. We introduce these elements in several of our activities.
And now it's very important, as you say, the intelligence, artificial intelligence, the intellectual property, it's really important. Yes, we have some subjects where we talk about that, but I think we have to improve it because the artificial intelligence is growing very fast and very, quite
Yeah,
fast.
we are very scared.
Yeah.
Another question I saw, yeah.
Do we need a shared understanding of the idea of ethics between industry and education? Because if education creates idealists and industry thinks a different way, how do we align this? I think it's very important, because otherwise there is a fit problem when students come out. So how can we resolve that?
So who's going to answer this one? The bridge in between preparing for life and living.
Maybe if schools teach the students properly, they can do a. But I mean, the designers, the students can also take the right decisions, because I think maybe it's, as they say, personal decisions here.
Can I add to that?
Please.
Maybe I would love to see role plays and debates, and maybe debates between the people who already work in the field and students, just to question a few assumptions that we're making, but also it could be between the professors and students. Just to, I think it's a good thing to always reflect internally. So if we put ourselves in situations where we're forced to defend what we believe are our values, it could maybe lead us towards making a conjoint overview.
Again, dialogue, breaking
Yes.
the hierarchy. Yeah. If there is one more question, we can try. And yeah, there's one at the very end, in the middle. Oh. Okay. Then two short questions.
Hi, everybody. I'm Megan. I'm on the board of directors of WDO. And I've recently been teaching in the United States, but I also come from industry. And MIT recently released a study showing that tools like AI, ChatGPT specifically, may be reducing our brain's ability for deep critical thinking. But in design education, I've seen we've kind of been teaching students to use AI because it is a tool. It's progressing our field. We want to use it to adapt and
continue to grow with new technology. But when we come to industry, I know how vital it is to have designers who can confidently challenge the status quo. We don't want them to just be checking the box. We don't want them to just do the brief that they've been given. So how do we ensure in education that we're balancing the tension of building confidence in creative thinking, but also leveraging tools and technology that help us potentially break down ethics and learn more about circular economy and the world that we live in?
So how to tackle this idea of being critical and not neglecting technologies, basically. Who wants to answer? Radima?
I think AI, I would say that still it's in a stone age. There is so much to come, and it is moving very fast. It's like the life, the way it is going, and the AI is going very fast. But I see there is in creative, the education, I see a lot of plus point also with the technology and problem solving. Country like India, where the terrains are very difficult and remote areas where the facilities and services are not given, the technology can go there. And I think that is the way this artificial intelligence very effectively, we have to use it, that how this social equality we can use technology, that the difference between cities and villages which is happening, how we can narrow down on healthcare, safety, security, education, it becomes a powerful tool. And that is what in the creative education thing, using technology for the purpose which is making society equitable.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, all of you. Basically, to very briefly summarize, we have had Pedro Fuentes from the Polytechnic University in Valencia. He advocated for the long term versus trends. He said that ethics is a balance in between profit and legacy. And basically, he mentioned that in his school, they teach how to think instead of what to think. Nacho Lavernia, from the College of Art and Design in Valencia, he said that design schools have changed towards more ethical, a more ethical institution during the time that you've been teaching there and directing it. We have had Carmen Garcia from the THEO, a student. She said that ethics is a personal commitment, is a choice. And she said that one of the best ways that a designer can become ethical is preparing herself or himself to be a good designer. So knowing is ethical. Nita Judita, she said, she spoke about design as a tool for equity. You said that not everyone has the same needs, and that is important when you are thinking of a product. She advised us to think of the consequences of what you do as a designer, and she advocated also for a dialogue. And Pradyuma Bias, who said many things, he said that designers make choices that change the behavior, also that design starts with empathy. Widely spoken in the panel, you said that there is no teaching or only learning, and you advise that convenience is the biggest enemy. So basically, practice what you teach. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here and you for listening.
Thank you.
So our next session is a roundtable discussion on professional ethics in design, a code of ethics in Spain. At a time when design is taking on a more strategic and influential role, there's a need to establish clear, ethical frameworks to guide professional practice. The work carried out towards a code of ethics for design in Spain will be addressed, analyzing its necessity, its international references, and its practical application in various design sectors. We're welcoming Anak Shubak to the stage to moderate this session.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, all of you, for staying here, staying quietly here and listening. We have the second feet of the creature. We so far have spoken a little bit, as much as we've been able to, about ethics in design education. And now we have to talk about professional ethics in the design world. So we have Sergio Sanchez here sitting next to me. He comes from Gran Canaria. Strategic design graphics is your specialty. He's of the Spanish network of design associations, and he's also a member of the Good Professional Practice. Next to him, it's Clara del Portillo. She's a designer herself in the Jono studio with Alex Selma. She's been doing that for 20 years, almost 19. The studio is a multidisciplinary studio, so a very contemporary studio, but she's also vice president of the Association of Designers here in Valencia. Next to her is sitting Diana Artiguez. Diana is an interior designer who studied both here and in Leeds, in England, and she is a member of the Valencian Association of Interior Designers and the head of Cota Cero Studio, where she works. Next to her is the architect Carlos Salazar, who is also a teacher at the architectural school here in Valencia, and also a member of the Architectural Association, also here in Valencia. And next to Carlos is Inma Bermúdez, who is, she is a world designer based in Valencia. She works for very international customers. She was the first Spanish designer to work for IKEA, and ever since for Rado, for Roca, for Lladró, many brands, also with a view on transforming the ethics, the sustainability of the brands. So between all of us, we're going to try to tackle a few issues to try to be as specific as possible, because me as a journalist feel that when we are specific, we gain transparency, as Jesus was saying. So first of all, how ethical are all of you in your own practice?
I want to start. Do you hear me? Yes. I was reflecting when in the panel before about being a student and then being a professional. And I think it's not only being a student, it's as a person. So how ethical are you? So I grew in a family. I had my mom helping me to be a person. And then when I arrived to university, then I had my own way of thinking. Of course, when you start working, then you know more things and then you can be more critical. But the first aspect is, how are you as a person? So I'm a person that I'm consuming less meat. I'm a person that I'm buying more ecological products. Of course, because I can. I have the money to do that. This is another point. So I'm a professional as how I am a person. So I try to give my best, to help my best, even though it's quite difficult because the system is not helping to be very ethical. So that's my first...
We'll go into that, how the system can help and so on.
Yeah.
Any of you?
Me as designer, as Clara del Portillo, I must say that I try to do my best, but I know it's not the best. I try to be ethical on my way of working, also in the way working, I do my work, how I treat the people I'm working with, but it's not always easy. And I think we have to play with the cards we have in our hand.
Of course. I mean, we are not sitting here because we are perfect.
Yeah, for sure.
Every morning I think you could be nicer, you could be faster, you could be whatever, no? So we're trying to find ways of being more ethical and trying to share them, right?
Yeah, so for sure I'm sure I can be better, but I think I do my best with what I have.
I think that if we're now talking about this, it's because...
Sorry, because when we start speaking, I don't know, for some reason, I cannot hear, so I suppose you cannot hear either. So
I think that if we're talking about this right now, it's because we are teaching people to think about ethics in all our design lives. So I think this is very important. I think that we need to carry on with this. In my studio or in my profession, I think I do try to get involved with ethics. As he said, if you're an ethic person, you're going to try and make it in all the ways in your life. So how do you make it in your job as an interior designer? Making sure that the people that you work with are in good conditions, that the furniture or the items you use come from closer places and places that you know that they are working in good conditions and good materials. And talking with the clients, knowing what they want, how it's going to be used in the future, so it's long-lasting. And I think that's the way we have to do a line so that we could roll all these ethical things. And as well as the doctors or lawyers have a code, we should have one too, just to make a baseline.
So perhaps Sergio should speak about this because you are the one closer to the code, right?
Yes.
Perhaps?
Perhaps.
Almost an impossible code, you know, something.
Our code is not law. Our code is a tool for all the professionals who wants to test how better they can be.
Yeah.
Okay? It's also, it's not the solution. It's the beginning of the discussion. Okay.
Yeah.
Perhaps for this, we have proved this for 10 years or 12 or 10 years ago. So,
a lot.
and we are also doing as well as we can every day, daily. Okay? For me personally, I thought I am better, more ethical than I thought before I was studying 30 years ago, but certainly I will be better as days coming.
You know that for a fact.
Yeah, I work for that.
Okay, so would you say that being ethical is a path?
If ethical is a myself position, is a way of life. Okay, it's more.
But it's something that you can improve.
Yeah,
you can get better.
No, you have to improve it. But you have to notice this. You have to think about this. You have to apply this. But it's your certain way of life. So.
We'll get to Carlos as well, but just to give you an idea of this code of ethics that was put together by the association that Sergio represents, READ, the association that the network of design associations in Spain. It has 52 articles, right? And some of them, I was looking at them and reading them because Xavi sent it to me, and I thought, this is impossible. I mean, this is like the good ones in heaven only do this. It's like about rigor, about equity, about transparency, many of the words that have been mentioned here, but also about trustworthy, being trustworthy. Like, can you rely on this person? Some of the other topics that are tackled there is, for example, loyalty, respect, honor. Also taxes, client interest, to work on the client interest, not on your own interest as a designer or as a producer. The client interest before your interest. To keep learning is another point. How many professionals, designers keep learning? Now, according to your code, that is unethical, not to keep learning. So, I mean, and then number 31 was just incredible to me. Not competing clients, to have no competing clients. And moreover, to accept no extra commissions. So,
Yeah, so.
does this exist? Can any designer apply to himself or herself this code of ethics?
I know many of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They test daily how they do their better position of life. So we are also coexisting in a mercantile world. So we have to coexist in an ethical way. So and this begins in some little actions. No? And these little actions are to talk between us. Hi, I have a client and in his interest in your work, and I can't do this. She's better than me. Why don't you?
Do you really know many people who say that? She's better, you better hire her. Really?
I know some of them.
Yeah?
Yeah, really.
Good to
And
know.
and I also do it.
You do it?
Yeah.
For sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
You
a
all do
natural
it?
way. Yes, of course. I'm very insecure, and I would think that this person maybe do it better than myself, and I think that's the way to.
Or you collaborate, as it was said in the first
collaborate,
panel.
yeah.
Good. And about the ethical code, yeah, for sure, none of us are doing all the points. But we, as associations, we need to focus on the perfect thing. And then we, as people, as personal only people, we do our best and we try to achieve all that points. And for sure, we are not going to arrive them. But as associations, we need to focus on the perfect thing. And that's why the ethical code is made.
And fight for them. Yeah.
Ethically.
Ethically.
I hope.
Yeah.
Excuse me,
So-
we don't hear very well what they
Yes,
are
we
talking.
cannot
I don't
get-
know what's going on
Yeah,
the room.
I think it's the air conditioning.
condition, but it's very hard
Yeah,
for
it's
us
hard.
to understand.
Yes. Carlos.
Okay, for the first question, ahora sí. I think we have an ethical personality as in our human nature. And for me, as Ima said, it's difficult to separate what I am and as a professional, as a human. And I think for that it's very important, the education. When I have a client, I try to improve his life, his environment, from what I am, no? Not from things that I am not. In that way, I think in that panels we have, permit me to say that, in that panel, maybe we need a wide angle to see what we are talking about. I think all the values that we are claiming now today, responsibility, tolerance, that's the values of democracy. We have to defend democracy and the environment. We can not be only focusing our work. We have to, I think we have to defend the democracy because it's in danger today. And we have to work as a professional, as a citizen, all together. Because it's difficult to be ethical in North Korea, I think. Even what is happening now in the United States, I am worried about that. What is happening with universities. The thinking has to be free. And then, for me, is the most important, education in professional and industry and democracy.
And in terms of, because we've spoken this morning about education, but another thing that is key, and you just mentioned, in my opinion, as a journalist, is to know what is going on in the world. Yeah. It's part of the education, because it's changing so fast. Mm-hmm. And countries and people and cultures that you related to democracy are questioning democracy. Yeah. So unless you know your reference, they may shift, or you may look somewhere else. How aware are you as designers of what happens in the world?
No, today we have to be aware and to be as acceptable, ¿cómo se dice? Skeptical about all the information we have, even we are all the time is coming a lot of information that is a fake. And we need critical citizens that can then separate what is fake and to be well informed. And this is I think it's always linked. The education, the information, the media, to distinguish what is the media is informing, right? BBC, for example, or what is only a paper that has no interest, is not interesting. But I think today we have to be aware of that, because some people is trying to go against the laws, against the institutions, the democratic institutions, only to get power.
Yeah. There's a very simple question. Who benefits from the chaos?
From the
Chaos. Yeah. Because it's true. I mean, in your code of ethics, you have this trustworthy issue, no? And I think, for example, as journalists, we are also facing what was discussed before, the artificial intelligence. There are many media who appear in the internet without a background. You don't know where they come. But if you want to hear something, and that's the only thing you want to hear, you feel reinforced. If you are critical, you may wonder, or you may think, okay, who is saying so? What credibility does this person or this media have? So that is why trusting is so important. Now, is trusting also important for you as professionals? How do you build trust in your customers? And even in yourself?
I think being honest. Yes.
It's like how you are. So, for instance, before we were talking about the loyalty with a company, I see myself, or for me, it's very hard when I have a close relation to a company that has the typology of product X. I don't want to say any, let's say furniture, let's say lighting. So I have developed something, and we have a very close company, a close relation. Then for me, it's difficult to start a new relation with another company. But this is my way of thinking. But I know this is not good for me, for my studio, and for the economy for this. Yeah. So sometimes I have to survive, I have to go against my maybe ethics, because I need to pay my bills. So it's also very difficult to be consequent with your ethics.
Yeah. So it's not that you always choose the company that pays you the most, no? And it's not that you keep loyal all the time to the same company. Is that you react on each commission? Is that something that you all do, or?
Yeah, I think so. In fact, it has happened to me some years ago that a company came and said, okay, I'm not going to work with you because you're working, I don't know, let's say Andreu World. It has not happened to me with Andreu World, okay? But let's make an example. Andreu World has come to me and said, okay, I'm not going to work with you because you're working with this company that's also doing chairs, and it's my competitor. And I said, okay, you're not going to work with me because I'm doing chairs for another one, but you are working with other designers that are making my competition. So why? Why you are asking me for that loyalty when you're not making that loyalty to me?
Paying that loyalty, that's a good point. Because if you would pay me enough, then I would maybe don't need to do anything else, like royalties, for instance.
It's interesting what you mentioned, because it's another way of looking at loyalty. Yeah. But for example, me, when I used to cover for the paper, the Salone in Milano, it was, I mean, you would see one sofa designed by Jasper Morrison. I mean, since we're like Pedro saying things for, say, I don't know, a company, Vitra, for example, and then a very similar sofa for another company. And
The
as
same
a-
designer.
For the
Same designer.
Same designer.
Same design, okay.
designer. So one thing is to work for two different companies, but at least to change the design.
For sure.
And of course, as a designer, probably when you design a sofa, you put your best into it, but then make a choice.
Yeah, but
one or the
especially
other.
Jasper Morrison doesn't have any problem with money, I guess. So I think that's a bad example of ethics.
It's a
I
good
would not do that.
example.
I would not. No, it's a bad
Yeah.
example because I think he has the position to don't do that. I would not do that. I would feel me bad if I do that to a company.
But would you do the same product, very similar
No, I would
product?
suggest to do another thing, or I
Something
would
else.
not work with that company in that brief.
Yeah.
He has the possibility to do that.
And also
but not only that, is that he's doing mostly the same work for two companies. It's not that I'm going to do one sofa for you and one sofa for you, and they are like two completely different sofas. That would be okay. The problem is that you are like copying yourself.
Exactly. Competing with yourself. So we are crazy. No? Carlos.
And I think it's important to note that we are talking about ethical design in a situation of privilege. Here in Spain, with that word, with that famine, it's not the same situation to design here today at this hour than in Ukraine, USA, Germany. So ethical, it's not a unique vision of way of life. It's so multiple way of life, and we have to do this vision. It's not the same. Okay, so we can examine, we can prove a designer who is designing two sofas for the same clients here than a designer that do it in Ukraine. So, for example, again, no?
In Ukraine or in Palestine,
Or in Palestine. So
designing is, ethics are reconsidered.
the first ethic lesson there is to eat.
But sorry, you say something that I don't agree. Because you can do a different design of a sofa. It's not a problem to do two sofas. We are talking about the sample to do a very similar product.
Very
So even if you are in Ukraine, you cannot do, or in Palestine, you have the ability to do something different.
Yes.
So it's more about how you face this as a designer.
Diana.
I think that's all the things that happens today, like wars or happiness and all that, is going to make the design decisions of tomorrow. So all the people that are living now, all those situations are going to make the path for new decisions for designing. And that's ethical because it's not the same living in a place that's in war and what the needs are going to be, that living in a place that they have everything and what are the needs. They probably need less than other places. So that's where we have to see what's going to come afterwards.
To be very specific and to give specific examples, I would ask you, all of you, to explain a situation that you have lived as a professional, that you have decided not to do it, for example, or a situation that you have proposed to be more ethical in a way that the client was not seeing. So one that is critical with you, and one that you today think that you could have done better. So there's three. Choose. You got
Step by
lost.
step, please.
Okay, one that is self-critical, one that today you could do better, and another that you have improved the ethics of the customer. So Ima, you can start with the wines.
I will answer the first one because I have to think about the other two. So the first one, I was asked to be the face of a campaign of a product that was kind of sustainable.
Sustainable?
Yeah, it was not fully. It was.
Yeah.
You can look at the product, and in some parts they can be more sustainable, and in some others they are failing. Sometimes it's very difficult to be perfect. So, but the company, most of their catalog, the projects were not sustainable, or were not. There were some products that were looking like others.
If
So-
we could be more specific, because a company is...
Yeah, well, it's a company that is selling very. I don't want to say the name, but
Pedro and I did.
What?
Pedro and I said.
Yeah,
that.
but I will not say that. I'm not going to say that. No.
Okay.
So at the end, I just say no. I could have earned some money. I could just have, and I say no because I don't want to represent. I don't want that me. After all these years that I have worked on this direction, I'm going to do that because I think it's not 100% what I think. So,
Okay, and the one you helped?
I have to think about that. Sorry,
Okay.
I don't have it all in.
Carlos?
And for me, it's when I have a client, from the beginning, I put the rules. And
You put the rules?
I put the rules.
You set the rules?
Yes, I set the rules.
Not the client?
No, no, okay. I tell them, I'm not going to serve you. I'm going to dance with you. If we don't feel good, we separate. This always work. And for me, I don't have to give lessons of anything. Everyone is what it is. What is it? If we understand each other, it's okay. We respect. If not, and sometimes some projects we cut the relation because it was not possible to keep it on. For me, it's my position.
So you don't do parenting and you don't give lessons?
Sorry?
Because I couldn't hear you well.
Yes. I don't give lessons and I don't.
You don't do parenting?
Yeah, we talk. If the communication is good, it's good. If not, I have some examples that at the beginning we cut the relation because it was not possible to work together.
Well, we are not being super specific here. Let's try again. Diana?
In interior design, there's many times where you have to deal with this. Many times people want to work without paying taxes. So that's one of the ways we can improve because you have to tell them that you're paying people working and they have to work in good conditions with all the courses done of security and all the security items in the workspace. And that's one of the things that we have to deal nearly every day. I have to say that nowadays, like 10 years ago, it was more often. Now it's less. People know that they have to pay taxes. It's like something that now they are not fighting that much. And then things like improving in interior design is like people that probably will want a really big window or something that is going to bring a lot of heat into the house, and talking to them and explaining how you can improve the climate in their own houses.
And the reaction normally is good?
Yes, very good, very good. If you talk to the people and they know that you're talking for their well-being, it's going to be always a good reaction. So I think it's good.
So dialogue, as we were saying before,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Pedro was speaking before about the long term, the things done for the long term. What is long term in interior design?
For example, long term in interior design and in everything is something that you can use in different ways in your life. For example, if you are doing a house, for a couple that they are just married, you know that probably they will have kids. Probably those kids will grow. And how many, you don't know, but you have to make the space so that you can move around and that you can change things without having to rip everything off and starting from the beginning. So you can just, with little changes, you can make the same space livable for a long term.
So accepting change.
Yeah.
Clara, your experience.
My experience. It's really difficult to find. For sure, for improving my work, I'm sure I will be able to improve every single thing I have done. For the point of ecology or I don't know, whatever. And I remember a project I reject because when we have a meeting with the CEO of the company, Alex and I, and when he left, he called me Nena, baby.
Wow.
She said, bye-bye, baby. And I was so shocked about that. It was like 3 years ago, or 4 or 5,
Really?
I don't know. I was like in my 40s. And he called me Nena, and when he'll go outside, my student said, I will never work with that guy.
Like that.
Yeah.
And you did?
Yeah, I did.
Was he a good client?
Yes, I think so. But
Just
it was
a
yeah.
lost man.
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't have the third example.
This is another side of ethics that perhaps women can have more information. I was doing an interview once and I thought, what do I do? And my head was saying, I have to finish the interview. Let's hope he doesn't move from there. But I have to finish the interview. So that's another side of ethics. Yes, the one that Clara just pointed out. Sergio.
So I also live in an island, an ultra-pheric area of the European Union. So when we also want to create something, we also have to import all of them. Okay? We have no manufacturer.
Yeah.
So in a very single project, we also speak with the clients about producing souvenirs with the artisans of the Canary Islands. So it was a very specific product. But when the budget comes through, they also said, no, we will do it at China. So it's also the cost is also hilarious comparing with the Canary Islands artisans.
Yeah.
And so the studio have to decide to say, as you know, no more. This project is us, from us, from the studio. You want to take it in a critical another way of doing this. So we decided to do not with him and to not work with them anymore.
Yeah.
So,
we will talk about producing local or not local in the next panel. Ima, you want to say
I
something?
have an
good
example
one.
now. Yeah. And this is the one that I was helping them. It touches two points that we were talking already. One is the ethical one, because it's a wine cellar. It's from Valencia. It's from Requena, Dominio de la Vega. And they approached me. They sell wine and cava. And they approached me because they wanted that I work for them. And then I helped them with the image. They had a plan. This was in 2020. They had a plan to change the whole production of wine and cavas into a 100% sustainable, ecological. So they needed somebody to help them to face this. And first of all, I told them, no, I'm not. I'm a product designer. I'm not a graphic designer. I don't work on art direction. I was very honest, because I thought, okay, it's very nice, but then they insist 1 year after. They sent me again an email, and they told me, please come to us and we want to show you. And then I was completely in love of the project. I was in love of them. And then I thought, okay, why not? And then I asked to a friend, Silvia Martinez, who was doing that. And I said, well, can you support me on this? I don't feel me. And then how we helped them, it was much more than what they are expecting, because our approach to the project was not to design a label. It was to reduce the weight of the bottles, to be them more sustainable. Like, we were taking many decisions that they would never thought about that. They were just thinking about the look and about the logo. And I felt after that, nowadays we are still working for them. And I felt that this is something I keep on saying, I'm a problem solver. So I can help in many ways, even though I think I cannot. So I think this was a good example how
Yeah,
I could really help them make it better.
And thank you for being so specific, because you can check it and see how evolved and how it started just with the level and how you change. And are they still happy?
Super happy, of course. They want. We are still in. I mean, we're still in touch. We are working now. We have another project. Recently, we have presented some. We are trying to help them because, to try to be, when you sell to the world, I want to be 100% sustainable. I want to change. I want to make this movement. You cannot fail. You cannot do bad things. So they are not bad things. They cannot do things. So they are very not stressed, but they are very conscious that everything that they have to do it good, and they don't know many things. So that's why we can help them in one field.
So happier with their own product and still making money.
Sure.
And you as well.
Yeah.
So
sure. Yeah.
Perhaps
check,
that's
check,
a
check.
door, no?
Yeah.
That's a
Ima
good answer.
has found a unicorn,
Sí.
like something that really you can find really few in the world. Yeah.
Well, let's see if you find another one then, Ima. I have to ask you the last question about fake ethics before we let you ask questions to finalize this panel. Are there fake ethics in design? Have you encountered them?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
In every phase of life.
Yeah, if you have found fake ethics, perhaps in the architecture world is easier, because I can tell you a lot, Carlos, if you need.
Bueno, I think we can find a lot of.
Sorry, could we turn off the air conditioning, because it's almost impossible for us to hear each other, just for, no?
Yes, I think we have a lot of examples on food. When we go to buy food, we see that sometimes the commercial interest is over the ethical interest. I think they don't put what is inside specifically, if it's good for your health or not. Even inventing bio, eco, and it's not that. I think that is a for me as a consumer,
It's misleading.
Yeah.
But as misleading as to say this building is sustainable, and then you have so much sun and it warms up, and it's as misleading as that. So it's in all practices,
there is
right?
a commercial strategy is to talk about your product as people wait. Is la mode, is for example.
Yeah, for sure. We have a lot of fake ethics, and I will do a concrete example about sustainability, that it's really on trend now, and a lot of furniture companies, manufacturers, they just say the products are coming from sustainable forest and whatever. And also now there's a trend to mix plastics with fibers, with natural fibers. And I was talking with one of my clients that we had made a plastic chair for them. And they said, some clients are asking this to us to mix some fibers from, I don't know, rice or whatever. It's like, yeah, we are going to put some waste on our plastic chairs to make it look more ecological. But in fact, it's completely the opposite thing. Because a plastic chair can be recycled if it's 100% polypropylene. But you cannot recycle that and use it again if you put fibers inside.
That's a perfect example of false ethics, no?
Yeah.
Sergio?
Yeah, I think greenwashing is present in every day, in every single life, and also in design is here. So our next fight of the design associations is to fight to keep this false ethic aside of our associations, aside of our professionals on the boards. Yeah, it's the most important fight we have to do this.
Yeah. Anyone else? So we have time for a few questions if you have them. Anyone in the audience? Yeah, we have one question here.
I'm Anna Barbara, and I have a question about what do you think about the digital product passport? Do you think that this will improve to follow the products and the ethical part or not?
Well, it depends on the law and the punishment you get. I think it's all about rules. I think if companies are forced because they get a, how you say, multa, a penalty, if you get a, then you will do it. If not, you will not do it. So I think it's all about that,
But
because
that's not, in that case, it's not ethical. Then.
yeah,
It's
but that's
only-
reality.
It's
But
reality, it's only because of penalties.
But that's how I was working for a company. No, I was working for a supplier that was working for a company that, there was this rule, la ley, this law, that they had to, we were going to get, it was forbidden the use of plastic cutlery and all this. So there was a Spanish chain that, knowing that, they didn't want to improve with another material, with paper. They wanted to, even though the other chains were doing that change, they wanted to wait until the last month. This was just to make the business, just to earn more money, because the other companies, they were not doing that anymore. So what happens? They do it until the last moment it's allowed.
It's
so
the
I think
same.
Europe has a responsibility with permitting or not permitting certain things.
I think there's a lot of ethics that came from penalties. Like at the first time you are allowed to do something. Let's talk about slavery. Slavery was something common,
Allowed.
and then it came forbidden. And now we all know, and we have like in ourselves that slavery is bad. But 200 years ago, it was not bad. It was something common. So the laws sometimes make us to rethink about things.
Any other question? No more questions?
I like to take then 1 second, because I always do that. And this is like when there is an audience, I always like to talk about creativity, about the power of creativity, people to help, to be part of the solution with other professionals, with engineers, with scientists, with because we are talking a lot about design and about product, about graphic. Let's talk about design as a more global way of thinking and bringing solutions to the world. And we are facing a very critical time, our kids. And so I think I always say, please look at creative as another type of professional. We can offer much more things that society allows now. So we are only talking about products.
Yeah.
Let's give us a chance to do bigger things. Like we need bigger solutions for the world. So sorry, I had to say that. I always try to say that.
Well said. Well
Okay.
said.
If I can, I will give you a new way of thinking about ethical in design. It's with a quote of Master Mario Benedetti that said, "Small people, small places, doing small things can change the world." Maybe applied to design is small designers, small studios, thinking small decisions and doing can change the world. It's not about big problems. It's about very small problems that we can do, anyone in our studio.
So in this panel, Sergio Sanchez from the
EID.
Yeah, how do you say it in English?
REID.
Yeah,
So-
it's difficult. Well, you spoke about the ethic code as being aspirational rather than, law. you mentioned that being ethical is a way of facing what you have to improve, basically. You mentioned that ethics starts with little actions and it keeps growing with more little actions. And you reminded us that we are talking from a privileged point of view. Clara del Portillo said that her best is never the best she can do. So she's always looking back at the things she's done, and she always thinks that she can improve them. You talk about loyalty, the two sides of loyalty, from the producer and the designer. You mentioned that many ethics also come from penalties as well. And you put on the table the idea of behavior as ethic. No? How sometimes, many times, most of the time, women have to suffer misbehavior. Diana Artigues-Rian, you talk about, well, you mentioned that the world dictates the design decision of tomorrow, in a way. You talked about paying in the interior design conditions, how things, become difficult and how you need to instruct in that respect as well. You mentioned that long-term in interior design has to do with knowing, with preventing the future, with thinking about the future, with being able to change things in the future. Carlos Salazar, you talk about, as Ima said, the difficulty of separating life and profession. You mentioned that you think ethically as a citizen rather than as an architect only. You also insisted that ethics depend on the values of democracy and on safeguarding democracy. And you mentioned that the way you talk, you mentioned that we need an awareness of the world in order to be able to build. And you mentioned that the way you talk with your clients is not doing parenting, not giving lessons, but dialogue, talking to them. And finally, Imma, she said that you are not a student, not a designer, but a person. You are always a person in whatever you do. You are a person who designs, basically, is what you said. You started talking about loyalty, how important it is to trust. It's about trust, what we were saying before. You also mentioned, Ima, that law implementation depends on the penalties and that often designers help more than what they are expected. You gave us an example. And finally, you defended creativity as a part of the solution. And on that note, you are invited to have coffee outside and to be back at 12 something for the next discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And also we encourage you please to take time to refresh and have this coffee, connect with our fellow participants. And for our online participants, please don't go anywhere as you'll hear from Sergio Chismol, Head of Design at Andreu World. In his talk, Sergio will share more about Andreu World's commitment to sustainable innovation through circular design principles. He will share some insights into their latest initiatives and how they are addressing the environmental changes in product design from conception to life cycle. So then join us back here, live from Valencia, where we will continue our Let's Get Ethical discussion. See you in a while.
Hello, welcome to the World Industrial Design Day 2025. This is a special occasion for us at Andreu World, as we are proudly celebrating our 70th anniversary, 7 decades dedicated to crafting sustainable, innovative, and timeless design. Today, I want to go over a new document focused on the Circular Design Challenge that describes in detail our active sustainability policy, which makes us a leading company in this field and unique for our coherence and consistency in our commitment to the circular economy. We turn 70 years old this 2025, and what a better way to celebrate this long history than to give the world a pioneer example in the new way of managing resources and the supply chain from the sustainability strategy and from the eco-design and innovation in all its dimensions. We are facing a new industrial revolution, and we want to provide solutions that illuminate the path of others. The design community is very sensitive to this situation, which is a major challenge. We want to offer them ways to contribute to helping their end clients to make better decisions for themselves and for the planet. We have compiled 12 maxims that summarize our challenge for circular design in 12 chapters. They are like 12 commandments about the new way of managing this great change that we are going to experience in the supply chain, the result of the transformation towards a circular economy that we are going to experience throughout the world and in all economic sectors. These maxims or commandments of sustainability are the keys to our path towards the circular economy. And now we are going to go over all them, explaining what actions we are taking to achieve it. The first is, you will use your company to change the world, and we achieve this by becoming a B Corp company, the first in Europe and one of the few at a global level. In this document, we have used artificial intelligence to create images that synthesize what each chapter title means. Here, we describe this B Corp chapter with the Rizzo collection by Rodolfo Dordoni, and we propose to use the strength of the company to change the world, transforming the system to create a fairer, more inclusive economy and more regenerative. This movement was born in 2006 in the USA through the NGO B Lab with an exhaustive method of measuring the impact that companies generate on the planet, and the letter B comes from beneficiaries. Being B Corp is not aspiring to be one of the best companies in the world, but to among those that are best for the world. And the B Corp values are also shown in the design we produce and in the culture and the vision shared with the designers we work with. Rizzo collection show how by using wood we can offer a fresh and modern image of a sitting collection with a special character that makes this design an icon due to its uniqueness. This image of Rodin's famous thinker sculpture exemplifies the concept of eco-design. That takes the design into account from start to finish. Everything we do now will have an effect in the future, and when we design, we have to consider the full life cycle of a product. We need to be aware that 80% of the environmental impact of a new design can be determined in the design phase. The new Ronda, originally designed by Alberto Liebore in 2003, it was a pilot in the eco-design in 2012, in a project of the Ministry of Industry of Spain. From the first drawing and during the design process, the necessary assessments were made to achieve a global reduction of the impact on the environment. Ronda was the first design in our catalog to be eco-design, and its design is already an image associated with Andreu World as a brand, both for its beauty, the proportion of its shapes, and its thoughtful ergonomics, with technological wood and a unique personality that makes it different and unique. Artificial intelligence shows us the image from Cradle to Cradle with William McDonough, father of the circular economy and founder of the Cradle to Cradle label. More than a certification, it is a category that makes a difference, a guarantee of quality and commitment to health, which is a pillar of sustainability. With 100% Cradle to Cradle, we certify every year that we don't use any substance that is in the red list, such as PVC and hexavalent chrome. Sustainability and the circular economy will eventually prevail in the market, and all the chairs and tables prescribed for offices and restaurants will need to have a guarantee of healthiness. In this design, we show the Next Launch armchair as an example of innovation and circular design. The next collection, created by Pier Giorgio Cazzaniga, has been designed with sustainable materials such as pure eco thermopolymer, 100% recycled and recyclable shell, circular one fabric, 100% recycled and recyclable, FSC 100% wood in the base, and 100% recycled aluminum for the mechanisms, with the sophisticated simplicity of good design, which also offers timeless design and maximum comfort. In this chapter, we talk about zero waste. We don't throw anything away. We have to use our creativity to reuse all the material that the public recycling system is not capable of absorbing, creating new components from our own waste to achieve the zero waste commitment. An efficient design is the one that generates less waste from birth to born again. We transform the plastic bag into pellets to inject new shells. The steel and aluminum is returned to the suppliers, who melt it for reuse, and the leftover fabrics and leathers are donated to be used in secondary products. Dado Sofa by Alfredo Haberli, that has been designed to take advantage of the textile material, make the most of the waste and leftovers. Nothing is thrown away. Zero waste is a key point to achieve a positive impact on the planet through the reducing, classifying, and treating the waste generated to be recycled and become it in our raw material that allows us to produce new circular designs. We only use 100% certified sustainable wood, and we audit the chain of custody from the forest to any point in the world. The Forest Stewardship Council, FSC, is an independent organization created to ensure the responsible management of forests around the world. We are the first company in the world of furniture to have a complete 100% FSC certified offer. Wood is in the region of Andreu World, and we know that it continues to be a material for the future because it is a sustainable by nature, fully recyclable and biodegradable at the end of its life. The FSC seal is a universal call for us to be responsible without compromising future generations. This is Solo Chair, designed by Philip Stark, and conveys modernity from a contemporary and timeless classic design, and it is a very special design because it achieves the highest level of circularity as it is assembled without hardware and is easy to repair. As a company, our priority is to be a neutral carbon company. Mitigating climate change to avoid its consequences is only possible through progressive, relevant and voluntary decarbonization. We are the first in our industry to become a carbon neutral company through the use of clean energy. Casta is an elegant design created by Rodolfo Dordoni with leather and ash wood to combine the most contemporary design with the tradition of leatherwork and elaborated wood. Replacing fossil fuels with renewable energy sources is the way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to stop global warming, and in Andreu World, 100% of the energy we consume comes from renewable sources. Taking measures to reduce the offset of CO2 generated in each of the phases of a product's life cycle has become an essential part of our strategic plan, and the static design of Casta is a manifesto of the balanced use of energy and materials as a symbol of neutrality in the carbon footprint. This is the image created by artificial intelligence that shows the strength of the new biothermopolymer material, a material that comes from natural origin, is recyclable, is biodegradable, and it's compostable. It is a plastic that is not plastic. The TÜV bio-based label with 4 stars guaranteed its biological and natural origin, and we have been the first company in our industry to use a biothermopolymer in a product like the Nuez Lounge Bio. This lounge chair, designed by Patricio Urquiola, is probably the most sustainable one that has been designed and manufactured so far, and it is a declaration of intent to achieve the circularity of the design and its production system. No glue is used in the assembly of the different components so that it can be easily taken apart if it is necessary to repair or reupholster. In addition to the Nuez Lounge Bio shell, all the interior parts are made up of pure eco thermopolymer, the upholstery uses our Circular One sustainable fabric, and the base is made up of 100% FSC wood, fulfilling the eco-design principles to become a manifesto for circularity and sustainability. All the plastics material we use is 100% recycled and 100% recyclable. All is pure eco. We have developed a 100% recycled material taking advantage of thermopolymer leftovers and industrial waste, which offers the same performance and is 100% recyclable when its life cycle has ended. This ensures that we have seriously set out to be responsible with all materials and also with plastics. Thinking that the bottle of water we just drank can be turned into fabric for the cushion of the chair we are sitting is already a reality. And this is key for the future, considering that during the last 10 years, more plastic has been manufactured worldwide than in the entire history of humanity. The sail chair, designed by Pier Giorgio Cazzaniga, is made in one piece, is stackable, can be used both for indoor and outdoor use, and it is manufactured with the most advanced injection technology of 100% recycled and recyclable pure eco thermopolymer. Andreu World is the first European company accredited with Level 3 certification. The Level certification is the equivalent of LEED Platinum in architecture, allowing a more open and transparent evaluation of the environmental and social impacts that originate in the manufacture of furniture. It is evaluate the product, the production, and the company from all points of view. We also have the Indoor Air Quality Seal, with safety and health as priority in interior design projects, since we spend almost 90% in closed spaces where pollution can be 100 times greater than outside. We strive to obtain international certifications that demonstrate that we meet the most demanding environmental, social, and quality standards. Liceo chair is a design from Pier Giorgio Cazzaniga that is made with ash wood and braided seat, and it is an example of craftsmanship work that combines the finest cabinet making with the most traditional upholstery techniques. Health comes first. Through design, we can and must evolve to create a better world, more sustainable and healthier. Our products are Green Health approved, which confirms that they are healthy for hospital environments. The Green Health approved certification was created in 2020 from the Healthier Hospital Initiative in the USA, and the challenge is to contribute to improving the quality of interior spaces that today demand healthy, hygienic materials and easy-to-clean textiles. The collection we see in the picture is Oru Chair, designed by Patricio Urquiola, that, with a Japanese spirit, combines a unique work in the wood with a fine upholstery elaboration that make it especially comfortable. Health is not simply the absence of disease, but a complete state of physical, mental, and social well-being. We have always worked on the physical aspects, and the example of design Oru show a unique ergonomics with a singular design with its own personality. 10-year warranty. The image created by artificial intelligence from our Calma chair represents that stands the test of time is synonymous with quality. Making more durable products that can be easily repaired or recycled is a way to stop the massive generation of waste and its negative impact on the natural environment. The ability to last with character and its own identity over the years is an essential value in our timeless designs. At Andreu World, we continue working as we did when we started almost 70 years ago, building our furniture with the technical experience and the best master craftsmen and the same desire to make things to last. With the introduction of the 10-year warranty, we also guarantee our commitment to sustainability, betting on a timeless design for the long term. Calma chair, designed by Benjamin Hubert, a hybrid chair for conference and work use, has been designed and thought according to the principles of circularity as shown in this scheme of the components that make it up, all of them produced with 100% sustainable materials. To facilitate a second life opportunities in our design so that they are repairable and can extend their use life is the objectives of our Planet Plan, with production operations closer to the markets. The circular economy requires products to be more durable, so when they reach the end of their life cycle, we don't have to abandon them, but rather easily rebuild from a second life. Those of us who live in the Mediterranean are natural optimists and want to believe that we can live in a balance with the environment. It has been a historical custom that wicker chairs were rewoven to prolong their use and that damaged table legs were repaired so that the product had a longer life, and to enjoy its use with economy of means. Tamara table, designed by Philippe Stark, is a perfect example of a product conceived to be absolutely circular and easy to repair to have the longest possible life cycle. It does not use glues, only mechanical unions, with a minimal carbon footprint and durability guaranteed by its construction scheme. Here, we can see a timeline where the key milestones in our history are shown year by year toward leadership in circular and environmentally responsible design. This is our DNA, and it is one of the values of the company philosophy. Our corporate culture rests on fundamental pillars such as quality, innovation, design, and sustainability that are now projected into the future with this circular design challenge, with the aim that the impact on the planet transcends our own purpose and make us work for an environment with an exemplary circular economy for all of our competition and for the design community in general. And that's all. Thank you and stay tuned.
Welcome everyone and thank you for joining us today. Our webinar is titled Design with Integrity, Ethics, Intellectual Property and the Role of Brands Today. I'm Cristina from Andreu World and I'll be guiding you through how design piracy impacts our industry, what it means for brands and how we can protect creativity in an increasingly complex landscape. Let's start with a fundamental question. When does similarity become theft? This image provokes reflection. In design, inspiration walks a fine line with imitation. Recognizing this distinction is key to defending our work ethically and legally. There are multiple forms of infringement: plagiarism for profit, counterfeiting, which is criminal, and replicas that sometimes have limited authorization. We also see pirate publishers who aggressively market plagiarized designs, and even brand piracy, especially in countries where IP enforcement is weak. Design piracy is not a marginal issue. It accounts for up to 7% of global trade. Companies lose up to 300 billion euros annually, and the social cost includes 600,000 jobs lost each year. It's a global crisis affecting creativity and livelihoods. The European Union loses over 100 billion euros due to counterfeit goods. Asia Pacific is the main origin of such products, with significant effects in sectors like pharma and food. Spain alone loses over 44,000 jobs annually to this problem. Even the most iconic designs are unsafe. Swatch watches, Dieter Rams user, or Anne Jacobsen chairs have all been copied. These examples remind us how influential and vulnerable good design is. Andreu World has also been affected. Some of our most recognized pieces, like the nap chair, the reverse table, the smile chair, and the Oru chair, have been widely copied. Let's explore some of these in detail. Well, this is a clear case of imitation. The nap chair, originally by Patricia Urquiola, was replicated under different names by Leta Design. The similarities are undeniable and clearly violate intellectual property. The smile chair, too, has been subject to mimicry. Its elegant curves and structural lines have been reinterpreted by several producers, unfortunately in many cases without authorization. Well, in this case, a restaurant used copies of the Oru chair in their interiors. They even published this in the same press, unaware of and concerned that they were promoted an unlicensed replica. Well, here is the Oru chair again, this time listed on a mass retail site like AliExpress. It's a copy with no credit or license, and it damages both our brand and the ecosystem of legitimate design. Behind every design is a creator, a story, and a process. That's what a brand really represents. Protecting our brands means protecting the people and values behind our work. Our brand identity evolved from a symbol to a mission, manufacturing a better world. This is not just a slogan, it's a protected brand statement that reflects our values and our legacy. This is Nuesland's bio, a symbol of our innovation. It's not only sustainable, it's also protected. Every element, from the materials to the design, represents our commitment to authenticity. Nuesland's bio is protected in multiple ways: design registration, brand trademarking, and copyright. We work globally to ensure our designers and innovations are safe. Today, we have over 215 registered designs and 60 trademarks across more than 20 countries. This scale allows us to maintain a strong global identity while defending our rights effectively. Beyond form, our materials are also protected. Biothermopolymer, Pure Eco, and Circular One textiles represent years of research and are safeguarded just like our designs. Here are 5 essential tips for design protection. Register before revealing, monitor the market, use licenses, take legal action when necessary, and ensure global protection. For brand protection, it's critical to trademark all assets, watch for misuse, enforce rights, manage your online presence, and educate your teams to identify risks early. Finally, the future. AI. It's revolutionizing design, but it brings new IP challenges. Understand how AI works, clarify who owns the outcome, monitor results, and adapt your strategies. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I hope this webinar has shed light on why integrity, legal protection, and creativity must go hand in hand in design today. Enjoy World Industrial Design Day.
Now my pleasure to introduce to the stage Paula Llobet, Counselor for Tourism, Innovation and Investment Attraction. She holds degrees in Business Administration and Law from the University of Valencia, as well as Political Science and Public Administration from the Miguel Hernández University of Elche. She also holds a postgraduate degree in International Cooperation with over 20 years of experience in the design and management of public policies, as well as local, national, and European programs and projects. She has served as Head of Strategic Projects for the Valencian Innovation Agency, and since 2023, she's the Counselor for Tourism, Innovation, and Investment Attraction at the Valencia City Council. Paula, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And welcome to Valencia. For us, it's a real honor to have you here. I think it's the first time you organize this in Spain, not only Valencia, in Spain. So yeah, I think it's a really good election coming here to Valencia. You know, Valencia has been the capital of the design, but we are also an innovative city. We work every day with talent, with creativity. So for us, it's really an honor to have you here. For those of you who come outside Valencia, let me tell you that you are in the innovation hub, the public innovation hub of the city. This is Valencia Innovation Capital. That is the strategy that we launched 1 year ago, because the objective is to become the technological hub, the innovation hub of all the Mediterranean area. This is Harinera, that is related with ecosystem. We have here the universities, we have here the technological institutes, we have also the Association of Startups. Valencia has the best technological university in Spain. Universidad of Valencia is also in the top of the European ones, but we are also the city with more startups by inhabitant of Spain. We are also, the innovation ecosystem has been the one that grew more last year. So we are producing talent every day. And what the City Council wants is that this talent remain in the city. What we want is to give the opportunity to our students, to the young people, but also not that young, to develop the professional career here in Valencia. And that's why we have this public-private collaboration with a strategy where design is, of course, inside of the innovation strategy that we have. And also, what we are doing is trying to have the city as a big living lab. So we have approved an ordinance, a law in the City Council that makes really easy to prove any innovation in any place of the city. So we are working now with the design. We have a local design committee where we have representation of all the sector here in the city of Valencia. And we work with them in different programs. Now, you know, we were Green Capital in 2024. So one of the must of the city is that everything that we do, everything that we develop, our projects have the sustainability in the center of the projects. And now we are working with the design, with the innovation ecosystem in some interesting projects, like trying to have the public spaces nicer, of course, but also more sustainable and with different technology that makes, you know, the noise that normally we do when you use the streets and the terrace and everything, well, better for the citizens. We have lots of projects that I can tell you now, but I think that the important thing is now to say that here we have the talent. We work really close with the university, but also with the School of Arts of Valencia. We have different projects with the project, and what we want in Valencia is to turn design to be an economical value. I mean, we want also to do business. We want also to help the sector to do business and really create an impact both in the people but also in the economy. I think both of them are really important. So this event is, of course, an opportunity to everyone and to understand that design is more than something beautiful, you know, that is really important in lots of the areas of the city. And for us, as an administration, and of course in the different services, as a transversal way, we think that can give this add value to the work that we done and the services that we give to the citizens. It opens the door for direct interaction between academic institutions, but also, as I say, business, creators. And what we want is, you know, that all this talent can come and return to the city, adding value to the services that we give. Right now, Valencia is living in a positive and really important moment, I think, because we have important companies that are coming to the city. And what we are trying to do is to make things easy. We have a soft landing program. So any company, design company that wants to come to Valencia and wants to have here, you know, a delegation, they have this place, Harinera, in the 3rd floor. We have place to facilitate to them. So the first months that they need to know the ecosystem, to know the universities, to know the business they can do in the city, they can do it in a public space where they can interact with all the actors of the ecosystem, also with the administration. They have free place to work, and like a mentoring program where they have, you know, all Invest in Valencia people that can work with them directly and trying to introduce them in an easy way so they get in love to Valencia and they decide to invest here in Valencia. For us, this is really important, and it has to be accompanied with other policies like bureaucracy. We try to have less bureaucracy. We have now less time when you want to make business and you need a license. Well, we have reduced the time a lot in the last 2 years. So, I mean, for us, we want to be one more of the ecosystem. We really believe in the companies, you know, that create employment, and that what we have to do is just to put things easy. So please, anyone who has any project that want to invest in the south of Europe, here is your city and here is your place, and you have a team ready to help you to do it quick. And also, as I said before, with the ordinance of sandbox, we can help you that innovation, get it to the street, try it, test it in a real environment, so you can have the feedback of the citizens and you can go to market faster and, you know, have good results after the testing that you can do in Valencia. From Valencia Innovation Capital, we have different tools to work with the innovation ecosystem, where design is, of course, inside. And what I say always is, please follow us, because there are a lot of different tools. I don't have time to say everything, but follow us in the webpage, in Instagram, in all the Twitter, where we put all the different tools that we have. We have like grants. We have also seeds seeds grants. Yeah, we help the entrepreneurs that want to develop a new company and need this first support. We have this program where we give them some money to start, but also we mentor them in the legal, financial, and all the different issues that can be interest for them. We also have other programs that give like 100,000 euros for develop innovation in different fields, and one of them is design. So yeah, all these tools are for you. And just, get in touch with the team, fantastic team that we have here in Valencia Innovation Capital, so they can, tell you how to participate with us. And there are a lot of things, as I said before, that I think that some sectors don't see the value that maybe design can give to the work they do every day. And it's for us also a challenge to put you in contact with all these sectors. So if we are developing projects in mobility, in public space, but in any tourism, in all the different fields that we work as a city, it's really important that we can create these links between design and all these sectors. So this add value that you can give to them, they can understand them, and they can use you, to arrive to the people. I mean, now we are trying to be a more resilient city. You have the data. We have the data in October, so we are trying to make some steps to be more resilient to future natural disasters that we can have at the city. It's really important how to communicate to the people. It's really important how we can train the people, and for that also the way we arrive them, they understand the message. Is also really important. How we design the communication we are going to do in this type of programs. So, thank you very much for the opportunity of having this event here in Valencia. I hope it's the first one of more. You have the city, and in this case, Valencia Innovation Capital, working hard to have this role in the world as a vanguard, as a future city, as a city that believes in the talent, in the creativity, as a way of going forward. So, we will be really happy to continue this relation. And for all of you, anyone that has any company that want to come to do business, here is the place. But also any idea that you have, to make a better city, and that we can work together from the City Council, we will be really happy to receive you and to integrate all this knowledge to the work that we have every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paula. I really like how you linked design, innovation, economy, sustainability. Valencia is World Design Capital, is Innovation Capital, is European Green Capital, and it's also a world capital of talent. And I think this is something we have to push hard and keep these people here. So let's continue with our second session of the program, where we will be discussing ethics in the design industry. We'll begin with a constructive look at the ethical debate in design by Quique Correcher. Quique is a graphic designer and strategic consultant, where he is the founder and partner of the studio Filmax since 1992, a member of the Designers Association of Valencia and the advisory board of the Design Impact Observatory. He also serves as Riyadh's delegate to BETA, the Bureau of European Design Association, and he's member of the local design council of the city of Valencia, and a trustee also of the Design Foundation of the Region of Valencia. Former president of the Association of Designers of the Region of Valencia, he has been co-director of the International Typography Congress of Valencia and the World Design Policy Conference held in Valencia in 2022. Please join me in welcoming Quique to the stage. Quique, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Xavi. Thank you. Good morning, everyone here and online. It was really interesting, everything so far. When I was approach to talk to you today at this event, I thought, well, I'm not a philosopher or a specialist in ethics. My work as a designer is not especially focused on social or environmental issues. And I'm not an example of anything. Of course, ethics concerns each and every one of us. But then I thought, I can call myself a design activist, as maybe pretty much most of you here today. As I've been advocating for design maybe for 30 years now, mainly here in Valencia through my association, ADCV, but also at the national level with READ, READ, and in European forums through BEDA, the European organization, and finally to a global audience thanks to the WDO and the opportunity that we had with Valencia World Design Capital 2022. So that means that for 30 years, more or less, I've been talking a lot, writing a lot, having lots of conversations, listening to a lot of people and reading a lot about how to promote design, how to raise awareness about design, and how to defend our profession. I must say that after all this time, being part of this beautiful global conversation, in the last years, I've been starting to ask myself some questions about the way we talk about design. The things we say. Are we just repeating some mantras? Can we prove all that we say? Is it working? Is it helping? It's not that I think that we're completely wrong, but we have to admit one thing. We are always complaining, and rightly so, because we don't get the public opinion to understand the importance of design, because politicians don't listen to us, because design doesn't get a seat at the table. It's inevitable to wonder if we're being critical enough with what we tell ourselves and with what we tell what we tell others about design. Let's face it. We know that design discourse is full of dilemmas and contradictions. We've heard a lot of them here today. Whether you consider it to be science made of rational methodologies or an art, an expression of our times and a cultural product, whether you evaluate its usefulness or its aesthetics, you get a completely different conclusions. And that's just the beginning. So this is the place from where I'm going to talk to you today. So to make things clear, when I talk about the design discourse, I mean a system of thought, knowledge, and communication made of concepts, definitions, narratives, attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs that we all share and use as a community to explain ourselves to ourselves and to the world. It's more than just words. We all contribute to this discourse from schools, organizations, media, academy, the profession, etc. Okay, and what about ethics? The way we... Okay, I don't have the... Okay, pass one. Can I pass the... Oh, okay, this, yes, one, thank you. Okay. I was saying, what about ethics? The way we develop and use this design discourse has many ethical implications, but mostly in two ways. On one hand, there's the problem with narrative. I know the subject is too big for this morning, I know, but I want to bring it here just to be sure that it's on the table. The current history of design has been handed to us with almost no changes since the aftermath of the World War III. And it's imbued with a Eurocentric, ethnocentric, patriarchal view that places design as a byproduct of the Industrial Revolution with all its ideological components. Of course, we're not consciously supporting those values, but the original narrative is there. untouched. And this, I think, is kind of hard for non-Western cultures or even for women to fit into that vision of design. I'm not discovering anything new. The design scholarship community is completely aware of this problem, and some really valuable contributions have been made in the last decades, proposing global histories and diverse visions. But let's be honest, all those contributions have been unable to replace the existing discourse. And that is unfair and unethical because it perpetuates a storytelling that excludes most human beings. So that's one of our unfinished businesses. On the other hand, and that's what I will talk about today, there's the very concept of design, the definition of what we do. And that's absolutely fundamental when trying to map our ethical responsibility. The narrative I mentioned before puts design in a tight relationship with technology, mechanization, and the material culture. While at the same time, design, is a very abstract, hard to grasp, complex concept. There's a famous phrase by John Hesketh. This one is very good. Design is to design a design to produce a design. Let it sink. This sentence shows how the word design has developed a nice polysemy. To be precise, a metonymic polysemy. Sorry for the strange words. But let me explain. Metonymy is the transfer of meaning of a word by close association or relationship. Design is originally a mental process. You conceive in your mind something that may exist in the future, but that's invisible. Then you draw something, and everyone will say, that's a design, because they can see it, and that's the first metonymy or transfer of meaning. Then you add some instructions and plans, you get a project, and that's the next meaning of design. If that short project ends up being a real object, like a chair, that anyone can touch and use, that will become the ultimate meaning of design. So here we have another dilemma with the design discourse that has huge implications in ethics. What is design then? I find this to be the weakest point in our discourse of design, one that's right in front of our eyes, yet we don't see it. Think of any manifestation of this design culture. A museum, an exhibition, a book, a documentary, a magazine, design awards. What do you see? Exactly, objects. And you may say, what's wrong with that? Well, that design is not there at all. Design happened way before that artifact was there. We're used to equating design and objects. But by doing so, we are confusing design and manufacture. The modern production system is a very, very complex one, made up of what Karl Marx called relations of production, along with the productive forces. Design is just one of the many agents participating in this network of unequal relationships. The fact that design comes first creates a false sensation of power. But designers are just workers inside the system, at least in most cases. Anyway, design's goal is not to manufacture artifacts, but to propose possible and feasible realities for the future. And this is relevant because we are at the verge of a collapse because of the production system. Why is this important? Because if we believe that everything is designed and that designers are the ones responsible for the way all human creations are made and behave, then we are guilty of all the problems of humanity. And that thinking pattern led us to Victor Papanek saying more than 50 years ago in what is considered one of the most read design books in the world, that there are professions more harmful than design, but only a few of them. And that statement is really hard to manage in terms of responsibility. And it's certainly creating an ethical anxiety in the design community. So let's go for some more funny words. There are roughly two approaches to ethics, okay? The ontological and teleological. The ontological means based on our duty as designers, regardless of the possible consequences of what we do. Teleological means we are judging actions based on their outcomes. Both have their pros and their cons. It's very important to consider the consequences of our acts in a teleological way, of course, but it's also important to notice that you can never be totally aware of those outcomes. Then it's good to have moral principles and universals through the ontology, like don't lie or don't harm others. But sometimes these too can have unwanted consequences. The teleological approach can lead, for example, to the utilitarianism of the 18th century, while the deontological approach can lead to what is called instrumental rationality. Not good. So we need a good combination of both. We need to have a deontological code to start talking, of course, as we have done in READ, but immediately you need to start thinking about the consequences of your acts and the responsibility you may have regarding those outcomes. And this is going to bring conflicts, as we've seen this morning. Of course, designers have their responsibility. We all have our responsibility. The idea of responsibility is central to ethics. And we can probably trace back this principle to Aristotle or Cicero, but it was best put by Stan Lee in the Spider-Man comics. Okay, with great power comes great responsibility. Jesus said it before this morning, early in the morning. This means that our responsibility, our capacity to respond, to answer for our deeds, depends on our related power. Our possibilities to exercise our free will. So what kind of power do we have as designers? What kind of freedom do we have? What do we answer these questions? We need more thinkers. We need more thinkers. That's why we created the social design distinctions at the Design Foundation. We didn't want more heroes and prizes. We wanted to create a network of thinkers to help us navigate this ocean of dilemmas. Thanks to one of the two persons honored this year, Hilary Cottam, I discovered this concept. The capability approach, proposed some years ago by Amartya Sen, winner of the Nobel Prize for Economics, and also developed by philosopher Martha Nussbaum. Very roughly, the idea is that if you want to help a group of people, a community, a region, you need to focus on what people want to be and do, and their real capabilities, what they are able to be and do, instead of focusing, for example, on communities, commodities, resources, wealth, etc. Then I listened to Manolo Baños' brilliant and inspiring speech. Manolo Baños is the other person recognized by our distinctions, who gave us a great example of this capability approach as a tool for ethical dilemmas. He told us a story, a beautiful story about when he was working with a community of stone crafters in Kenya. The stone they use is extracted from the bottom of an open-air quarry manually, and it's hauled to the edge of the quarry on the shoulders of the townspeople. He was struck by the enormous number of local people involved in the process, so he came up with a brilliant idea. They would buy a cheap motor that will raise a stone out to the outside of the quarry via a cable, and then they will also use that same motor to cut the stone into smaller pieces. Then the manager of the cooperative took a few seconds to think and finally answered him. There is no other industry here than the quarry. If we do that, what you propose, many people will be left without work, and then how will they live? I think that the capability approach is a great addition to the way we think as designers. Design is about helping people achieve their goals. So Amartya Sen says that if we want to help a group of people achieve their wellness or overcome their problems, we must be aware of their capabilities. I say that we as designers should be conscious of what we are able to be and do to help people be and do what they want, be and do. I know it's like a tongue twister. In other words, instead of trying to understand the power of design, we can try to find our capabilities as designers. When I was writing this, I remembered about the Observatory of the Impact of Design, a project of ADCV. There are two people here from the observatory, where we've been working hard to be critical of our own beliefs about the design discourse. Our last project was an anthropological research with the help of 30 Valencian organizations to define and understand the tactical and strategic uses of design in the real world. The result was a confirmation of the existence of at least these 9 patterns. These 9 patterns of use of standards that offer real opportunities for companies to benefit from the powers of design and successfully attain their objectives. The first one is about differentiation, the second about positioning, the third about problem solving, the fourth about innovation, the fifth about adapting to different contexts, the sixth about excellence, the seventh about bringing order, the eighth about integrating new challenges, and the ninth about being an example. So, here's an experiment. Would we be able to formulate 9 ethical beacons to understand what designers can do to behave ethically? So, here's my 2 cents. First one. Design can help people choose the things and actions that are beneficial and avoid those who can be harmful. This is differentiation. Second, design can help create identities that are open to diversity and avoid exclusion and inequalities. Third, design can help people overcome unexpected and unwanted situations. 4, design can help people find new ways to improve their lives. 5, design can help emphasize with different views, contexts, and cultures. 6, design can help people get the most out of themselves. Excellence. 7, design can help people find meaning and coherence in their lives. 8, design can help people integrate new social challenges, visions, and purposes. And finally, 9, design can help people be contagious about their will for a better world. So this is it. This is not a manifesto. This is my way to start a conversation and an invitation to move forward and build together a new design discourse in which every person can feel at home. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much for those insights, Kika. There's certainly a lot that we can take away from your discourse, and especially the link between ethics and capability. We hope to expand on that during our next roundtable discussion, which aims to address how design plays a key role in the sustainable transformation of productive sectors. This roundtable brings together voices from the business world as well as the industrial design sector to discuss collaboration, ethical innovation, circularity, and social value. How are companies integrating the values of responsible design into their processes, products, and strategic decisions? A panel discussion moderated once again by Anakshu will follow a presentation by Sonia Manchanda, who also joins us today from India. Sonia is a designer, entrepreneur, and educator, and founder of Spread Design, a design ecosystem leading impactful projects in infrastructure, sustainability, and social change. Through initiatives like Design Barn, Design Farm, and Dreamin', adopted by the UN, she champions frugal and fabulous design. Deeply committed to people and planet-centered models, she advocates design as a transformative force. Sonia is a board member who promotes excellence, entrepreneurial spirit, and collaboration across policy, industry, and academia to expand design's reach and impact. Please join me in welcoming Sonia and Anakshu to the stage.
Yeah. Should I go there? Should I go ahead? Good afternoon. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, WDO. Thank you, everyone, for being here for this very important moment in this discussion. Our three prompts today that we have are responsibility, and it's really about our capacity and capability to respond not just to creating markets, but massive challenges that we face today and tomorrow. And about impact, I think first before we talk about positive impact, we need to think a little bit about reducing negative impact through transparency and greater accountability. And when we talk about sustainability, it's not just about using materials that cause less harm, but actually going beyond, looking at circularity. And I'd like to add a fourth prompt here. And that fourth prompt would be regeneration. About actually actively thinking about, given today we have access to so many new technologies, we have policy, we have frameworks, how might we actually be able to create new materials, innovate ethically, to be able to heal? And on that note, I don't know if you know what those are. Does anybody know what those are? Spoons. So these are actually edible spoons. And these are spoons made of millet, which is a forgotten grain. And we had a problem in 2017 of farmer suicides in the state of Karnataka. And there was nothing that one could do about it. And the government decided to encourage the subsistence farmers, which is the lowest level of farmers, to grow millets. And when the millets were finally produced, there wasn't a market. Nobody knew what these were. And we worked with the government to actually create a market for millets. And we've seen that from 2017 to now, we've been able to go from what's millet to let's millet, which is a movement we started. So it was a mindset shift for the consumer, for the industry, for the government, for the UN, who declared 2023 as a year of millets, for our Prime Minister, who today actually has said that we will lead the world in the production of millets. And it's a $15 to $20 billion industry that is being created, maybe $1 trillion opportunity for sustainable food solutions in the world. So it's possible, it's just in the way we think. As you mentioned earlier, it's in the way we think about things. Fundamentally, if we shift that, we can shift a lot of things. So maybe we should start first with looking at the fact that we have a beautiful, resourceful planet. And maybe we should look at how we do not want to convert all of the resource that we have. I mean, look at it. We have this amazing planet, amazingly resourceful. Let us refuse to convert resource into refuse. Can we start to make just that small commitment? And create new resource, create new materials, regenerate. Look at combining all the various technologies that is possible today to be able to create new resources. Some of the frameworks that we have limit our thinking. Some of the frameworks we've committed to. For instance, if you look at design thinking as a framework, it has a limitation within the idea of desirability. It looks at individual wants and needs. It excludes society. It does not look at inclusion. And, harm to society, harm to the environment are all externalities that we can live with. In today's day and age, we are questioning some of those frameworks. We are looking at maybe responsible innovation and enveloping all of that. So we've got the frame. We need new frameworks, new ways of thinking that industry requires to be able to see that change. As an example, it's a beautiful example. We have tons of floral waste in our country filling up our rivers. And industry has now decided to convert these into incense sticks. We use flowers every day. We use incense sticks every day. And we create consciousness through products such as this. And in our everyday, we remind ourselves that it's possible to actually, refuse to create refuse. And maybe we need to go back a little bit. Maybe we need to go a bit back to first principles thinking and learn from nature. What does nature do? A little bird built a nest near a house, really, really tiny, and really low because it was breezy. And it made me think, what happens when we don't have ecosystems thinking, when we are not thinking regeneratively, when we are not thinking in those ways, we are actually damaging the entire system. This little bird has a chip in its brain, and it knows it needs to build that nest, and it refuse to build it. You break that system, can it even be fixed? If we think from our egos, we think maybe, yeah, we can fix it. We can fix everything, but it cannot be fixed. So we have to think about what we are damaging here. It doesn't know what else to do. It's just going to not be able to build that nest anymore. So can we think about destroying with grace, even ways of thinking? Can we preserve with intention, and can we create with awareness? Every time we create, can we create with a certain level of awareness to be able to renew? Another area, our indigenous cultures, our Eastern, Western cultures, there is just so much there. There is so much tacit knowledge that we have within us. Can we tap back into that? These, for instance, are living root bridges, a great example of regenerative design built by a tribe in the northeast of India. It is living infrastructure, right? So can we look at the wisdom of the past? For instance, even the millets that we revisited were actually before we were foragers, before we were farmers. And millets is what we used to eat. Then agriculture came in and it became industrialized, and we went for wheat. And we are now, this place itself was a flour mill. So, but actually we were just foragers. So it's naturally gluten-free. It has all these health benefits. There is a lot of wisdom in the past. Can we co-create? Can we have intergenerational community? Can we look at interbeing? Can we look at 7-generation thinking? We were working with a royal family who's been working on, erstwhile royal family with good intentions, working on sustaining craft. And this person said that we patronized this work. We need to be better patrons and better producers. We patronize this work because it needs to go on. And so can we look at 7-generation thinking and not just think for tomorrow? And our children will value that. They think like that. They're far more aware than we were, and they're far more conscious. So the long path thinking is something we need to think about. And what is the future of design? It is about us being able to have individual agency, personal choices. It's about rejuvenating our places. Look at this place, and what a beautiful job it's doing now. It's about looking at the planet and looking at triple regeneration. So we reduce environment impact, radically rethink material systems and processes, be holistic and humanistic. This is an example, and how we can do this collectively. There was conversations earlier about how do you bring everybody onto the table, and how do you look at all the actors and bring them together. So this is one of our projects. It is the most popular tourist destination in India. It's Goa. Has anybody been to Goa? Super, okay. Hope to see more of you there. And when the tourists come in, they suddenly feel very free and very bohemian, and it was an erstwhile nudist colony. So you see litter on the beaches. So this is an installation made with many, many plastic bottles littered on the beach. It's called the Carpet of Joy. It's a positive message to tell people not to litter our beaches. The entire airport has become a message. All across the airport, we have installations, we call that experience design, and we have installations that create conversation, that make you think, that tell you about how you can be a better citizen even for a few days when you come to our place. And how we reached here. This was tough. We had to actually work during COVID online with the largest airport services provider in the world, the Goa government, a private investor who's actually has an engineer mindset. So why would you do all of this? But he said, you have to tell them, you can be the place that creates a hurrah. You can be the place which is the most loved airport in the world. And now in already 2 years, they are one amongst the Skytrack's top experience design airports. So it's about, sort of getting everyone together, mapping all the stakeholders or all the actors, looking at what they want and what is their vision, what is their dream, to create a shared dream. And therefore, to think like that, we've had to, for our geography, when we work on large projects like working with industry, working with universities, working with airports, we've created our own frameworks. This, for instance, is a design sense framework, which says, let's use design as a way to sense the shifts, to derive authentic intent and create lasting creative impact. So we've created our own language to be able to not make some of the mistakes we've seen made elsewhere in the world. And we have these lenses of the 7 senses. We have a certain path that you take to be able to actually go from authentic intent to creative impact. And so there is possibility. We can renew. This, for instance, is a Hermes bat made with mushroom-based material. So, we can go, we can renew, we can go beyond industrial to sustainability, to circularity, to regeneration, where we're looking at restoring and revitalizing. And we can be better ancestors. This, for instance, is a beautiful project which I recently saw in this film called Grow, where somebody set up a plant, Michael Smith, where he's actually able to take waste and convert it into biochar, into pure water, into electricity. And we need more such experiments. We need to come together to experiment more, to create more. And what would we call that form of design? We also need labels in the world. So defining design, and then what is this kind of design? Is it responsible design? Is it human-centered design? What is this design? What do we want to call it? We need to think a little bit about what do we want to call this kind of design in the future, where we take greater responsibility. So my daughter said something to me which was quite fascinating. She said, Ma, why do human beings discover and then destroy? She heard it in the Meg. It's not an original thought, but she said it made her think. So I ask you, can we discover? Can we be better inventors? And then, can we then design? What is that design called? I don't care what you call it. But can we just not destroy? Can we just, discover and then design? Thank you.
So for this last panel, I would like to thank you for your patience all day long, and also the people who are watching us. And as we said before, we had 3 legs. One was education, second was profession, and this third one is the industry. Normally the naughty ones, supposedly the naughty ones. So we have Benjamin Wilson from Australia, relocated in Germany, is that right? And representing, I would say, if they ask me for, because I was asking people to give specific examples. So if I was asked of an ethic brand, Brown comes to mind. And why? Because they make pieces to replace if things get broken still. I mean, I've been having Brown since I was a little girl. So we are lucky to have Benjamin Wilson. And I also have to say that as a journalist, I had the pleasure of interviewing Dieter Rams, who was a key designer for Brown. And the idea of Brown is, as you all know, useful, simple, therefore understandable, and lasting, right? Built to last, which is something that we've been talking about this morning. Then we have Ana Segovia from Odos Design. Her partner in Odos Design, Luis Calabuch, if I'm not mistaken, was the first member of the World Design Organization in Spain, of Spain. Hola. So Odos Design is a collaborative design practice. They do graphic design, they do industrial design, they do art direction as, design practice of the 21st century. We also have Jesus Linares, that's already been presented, and he is a pioneer in circular design, in certified B Corp, in cradle to cradle, in carbon neutral, and CEO, and and CEO of Andreu World, our host. And finally, we have Sonia Manchanda, that you've already listened to her, and she's an educator, founder of a Spread, Design for Social Change, a designer of that, and a defender of collaboration in between the industry and the academics. So in order to keep more or less, I'm not sure we can do this, but the times, I will try to start straight to the point. What makes a product ethical, and what makes a factory or a firm ethical? Maybe you, Benjamin.
You want to start with me? What makes a factory ethical? The right intentions is where I would begin if I look at what Andreu World, as well as Brown's early days of making choices that lead to a certain type of product with intent. I think setting up a factory with the intent of keeping it clean. What goes in stays in, and then what comes out is also a high quality product. The idea is of having a good intent when setting up infrastructure to make something is a very, very important factor.
To use very important intent, because yes, in Spanish we say hell is full of good intentions. So what's next? Then?
Authentic intent of doing the right thing. Again, when the brothers Brown during the 50s and prior to 1955, your birth year, they made a very strategic choice to define a certain type of company that was going to make better products for millions.
So what, just since I have you, Benjamin, what makes an ethical product rather than a factory? Intentions as well, or?
It's put me on the spot. The idea of ethical intent when it comes to making a product. The choice of why you're making a product is important.
The reason.
Good design, the reason behind it, it should be to solve a problem. And that's what the brothers Brown wanted to do. They wanted to make great products that served everyday needs, not designing for a museum or not designing for lovely conferences for people in black shirts. They wanted to create better products for millions. And that's, again, the intent. That's the...
And how important is for millions?
The millions, that's, again, those of you that might not know, Bauhaus, Brady mentioned the Bauhaus, 1919. I like to talk a lot more about the Ulm school, HFG Ulm, which is sort of, I think, the love child of some Bauhaus professors. And their intent was, again, good design should be for the millions. It should be for everybody, not just for a few elite people. It should be accessible. It should be understandable. It should be clear. And that's what laid the foundation for the new beginning that Brown kicked off in the early 50s. That idea of moving through the world with intent. With the Germans call it have a Haltung. So it's the German. Those of you who know the word German, the language German, Haltung is a very important word in German. It's about having a position on something, having a way of seeing the world, a belief system, set of principles, values, morals. And if you move through the world with Haltung, that's again close to ethics and being ethical, because you're moving through the world with a certain intent and a certain belief system. That's what made making those products so unique at that time. They did it with such intent and with a very specific Haltung that even the cleaning person, the guy in the factory, the person supplying the materials, they all understood that common understanding of making better products for millions.
Anna, do you design for millions?
For millions? No, I would love to do that. I'm not a factory, but I'm a designer. So when we work for companies, we have the responsibility to use our ethic values from the very beginning of the process, because maybe our proposals influence the financial decisions. I don't know, but we should encourage to obtain that. And we have to think about many things of the process, but sometimes the money or all these kind of things, we are not involved in that part. But if we design something that think about that, maybe...
So from your designer point of view, but talking about industry, talking about production, what makes an ethical product? A product that you're proud of, basically, no?
Yes, because it has my values. I mean, even I'm changing many things in my daily life. I think that we have to think not only using recycled materials, because you have to think that sometimes the process at the company is not true. They don't believe about that. So for me, ethic is that you have to think about all the process of the product. I mean, from all the people that is going to be involved and touch it, and even to thinking about the life circle. I mean, from the one who is going to make it to the one who's going to use it, and when you have to destroy it, not destroy it. It's broken, and it would be
repair it or
repair it, because I think it. Somebody said before, durable, repairable, and accessible. For me, these three words would be important for an ethical product.
Jesus.
I think as a company, in general, as a designer, probably the best thing we can do, and more than ever now, is this call to action is a reality. I feel we should have some kind of sense of urgency in the sense of change for better. And the first thing is to have a positive impact. Positive impact, we can say in the planet, or we can say in the society. That means everything. That means not only the elements, the raw materials that you are choosing. It is very important. That means what are you covering? How are you covering this need from the market? All the manufacturing processes and all the supply chain, including people involved, from suppliers and your own teams and the people that is transmitting this product to the market. Then realistically, this has been, I think, always important to be ethical, but now I think more than ever is a must. In the same sense, it's an opportunity, because always business, ethic, money, principles, it's all related. It's clear that in a business you must survive, because if you have the best idea but it's not sustainable economically speaking, you are dead. You will stop your discussion, you will stop your life, we can say, professionally speaking, no? In this sense. Then you need to survive. But you can do it with a positive impact. That's ethic today, and it's more than sustainability. It's how you treat the peers, how you do everything. It's that's for me, it's a real opportunity, and for the companies, for the professionals, in my opinion, because of the circumstances that Pradi explained very well about the citizens in the world, the 7,000 million we have in the world, that in 2050 will be 10,000 millions. Then we don't need to start discussing in politics about climate change and these things. It's just common sense. We will need 2 or 3 planets, you mentioned before, for these consumers. Then we need to change everything. Then we are facing the best moment in our history as designers and professionals than never, because now is a must. And this is good, I think, that approach this opportunity from the ethic point of view, because this is another of the pillars, because everything that you need to do in order to lead or to be an example or to be a reference and to give really positive solutions and positive impact in the planet must be based in ethics. If not, it's not going to be.
Pedro was saying this morning that he was optimistic because ethics started being talked about in the industry and in the design world in the 60s and 70s, and it's improving and getting better, which is basically what you are saying now. Now, how does a company like Andreu World starts? It's not Brown. Brown started from moment one, started with these aims, no? Andreu was transformed when you arrived there, basically, right? How do you choose how to start the path to being more ethical, to being more transparent, to being more sustainable, to being more socially sustainable, and so on and so forth? How do you
It's
start?
clear that any company in the world and any professional in the world, any designer in the world, the aim should be, and this is common sense as well, to have designs forever, no? That means classics. You can create your lighting, your car, your clothing, your shoes, your chairs forever. And this is what Brown is, Dieter Rams and Brown and Benjamin, it's a good example, no? Of, but this is a reference. This is the dream for everybody, and this is the
But it proves
most.
it's possible. It proves it's
No,
possible.
it proves it's possible, and this is should be the intention, and this is our intention always, no? Trying to have like classicals. It's not easy sometimes, but at least try. That's mandatory. The other thing is really, when I started in Andreu World, I was 33 years old. Before I accepted the job as a managing director, I asked the founder to say, okay, I want to see the factories. I would like to speak with the people. And then I had the chance to speak with different technicians. And it was good to see something that I see before in Procter & Gamble when I started when I was 23 years old. And this is a sense of ownership. That's very important when you have in your team a sense of ownership, that the people feel that this product that they are doing, any product, is not your product, consumer, it's not the product of the company, it's their product. This is, for a managing director, this is goals. Then I see this talent, this value, and I have been working this close to 25 years, even to empower much more this. No? Many things we did in this, but the first thing we did was writing the principles and values. We wrote the philosophy of the company, and this was the first thing that the board of directors approved just in 2001. And one of the values, obviously, sustainability and many others. But the involvement, the engagement, the integration of all the supply chain, but all the employees in the company, this is something that was part of this philosophy as well, and that's mandatory. Then ethics starts in how you deal with your suppliers. Ethics starts in how you deal with your customers. Ethics starts in how you deal with your employees. And then That's mandatory. And we try, we fail sometimes, it's true, because I fail, the same that you fail in business, and you do things that you believe in, and you fail, you lose money, really. We sometimes fail applying the ethic. But for me, in the professional and in the human life, it's not so important if you fail or not. It's how you react. That's for me the more important thing. And then you fail and you recognize that you make a mistake, then we should learn from it and redo something. And this is what we are doing. I love it, the discussion before, when they say that you can change the world about the small things.
Yeah.
I fully agree 100%, because we apply the continuous improvement, and realistically, I think there's no other way to be happy, in the sense that be focused in the present and do anything you do now the best manner you can do it, and apply this philosophy to the whole company and try to transmit it to the whole people, because one people is nothing, and is the whole team thinking the same manner, enjoying this present, this moment, and doing these small things that accumulated, you can do really a big thing.
Thank you. For Sonia, I have a very specific question. How to be a better ancestor?
So if we operate from, and I'm going to build on what Jesus was saying, if we operate from a fear mindset, we make mistakes. Whereas actually as human beings, we are blessed with tremendous imagination. Through imagination, when we try to solve problems and we try to make things better in every small way, even what he was talking about within his organization, articulate and say, this is what we want to do. And in that is embedded the desire to make life better across, for your suppliers, for people working with you, for your customers, and you articulate that. And as leaders, if you do that and everybody else follows, then you make better ancestors. So if you don't operate out of fear, I think fear is the big killer. And that's where we as designers come in. When we come in, and that is why design, I believe, really is the new strategy. Because if you hire consultants, they will tell you what you want to hear, and whereas as designers, we can not only come up with ideas, with radical ideas, but we can make those ideas fly. That's what we're good at. We can put it out there for you, we can test it out, and we can see whether it works, and we can push you, and we can be that catalyst, to help you be a better ancestor. I think that is our role going forward in the future.
Benjamin, why did you choose to try to work at Brown?
I was a young Australian designer, and the problem with Australia, it's a long way away from the place where I believe design was born. And where a type of design is practiced, like in Germany, very reduced to the essentials, take away the superfluous, focus on what matters most.
But that was already in your mind.
That was in my mind. I wanted to go and discover and learn and really get knee deep into that culture of doing a certain type of design.
You didn't want to be a designer star or things that...
the complete opposite.
But that existed.
It existed. But I've never been a fan, and one of my professors told me a long time, he was a professor of Mark Newson. Nothing against Mark, he's a great guy, but he's a superstar designer guy. And that was for us as students, sort of, is that what the world needs? Does the world need one or two people who can do design? Or does the world need more people who understand what design is and how it can be used in the everyday? That's what the world needs more of, and that's what I'm sort of always been passionate about.
Would you say it was perhaps a reaction to that? To that attitude?
No, it was just I was very curious. Again, a good designer is a curious human. And being a curious human is something I've always been. And a lot of people in this room understand what that means. And I think I'm going to just anecdote a little bit. I mean, talking about the ancestors and the next generation sort of become my passion to sort of share that insight with people. I had the honor of working with Virgil Abloh in the last years of his life. And he said some very profound things in those last 2 years we worked together. And one of his ideas, he wanted to turn his chair to the next generation and literally show them, you could do this too. You can be literally the next Virgil Abloh if you want to. Here's the blueprint, go on his website, how he started, where he began, why he began doing what he did, because he wanted to make sure that other humans have an advantage because of his experience. I've had the honor of working at Brown for 23 years now, and really kneeing into that culture of doing a certain type of design and seeing it inspire brands across the globe. The big fruit company in California is also quite inspired by Brown's Haltung, by Brown's way of doing things, Brown's way of doing industrial design.
And the design has been copied and interpreted and
It's
so on.
inspired, like copied is a big word. I think the idea of it inspiring another generation is where I'm sort of putting my hat on the ring and saying, I'm turning my chair to say that good design is not just an aesthetic, it's an approach. And everyone in this room would agree with that. If you understand design as an approach, a way of doing things, that's something the next generation can leverage. It's not just something that one or two designers are really good at and that's it. They go in the museums and everyone's happy. This culture of it only being accessible to certain people is sort of my hope for the future, that good design and the idea of design being a process becomes more and more normalized in the future.
Yeah, and does Brown hesitate ever? Because, I mean, I suppose they do, but in the amount of products, for example, because normally many companies increase the amount of products they produce and they, what about Brown?
Brown's portfolio has gone up and down and around and seen many different phases in the last over 100 years, just as Andreu World has gone through a process of being something and evolving. But there's a very consistent through line at Brown. If you can make something once and make it right and sell that forever, do that. I'm drinking juice here very intentionally. Normally I've got a brown juicer from 1972 next to me. I take it everywhere. I didn't have enough space in my bag. And this design from 1972 is still on the market today, the MPZ2. You can buy a design, a technical product from 1972 on Amazon, and it'll be in your kitchen tomorrow afternoon on Amazon Prime. That's a type of mentality. Make it once, make it right.
We could discuss whether they have to buy it in Amazon or somewhere else. Another issue.
This is the next day delivery thing, so scratch that. Sorry, live stream. Okay. Anyway, the idea of making products that can stand the test of time, that's a big challenge.
Absolutely.
And if at Brown we make a new product, we're always making a better version of something. The world doesn't need more spectacular things. It needs more things that are better than the predecessor or solve a problem in a better way. That's a recipe for the future, which is still relevant today. Yes, we've made, I think, 60, 70 different shaver designs over 70 years. That's not that many. No. Every single one of them is a better version of the predecessor. They shave better, they've got less materials, they're made with a new type of mechanical process. Again, the idea of making something better is a recipe.
And the idea of small changes that we were talking about this morning.
Sometimes big ones, sometimes small. Sometimes invisible.
Exactly.
The new motor inside of a new product, it's more efficient, saves more energy, does something better. You might not even see it. Sorry.
Yes, I wanted to add something to that question and the previous one about the ancestors. I teach also at the university, so sometimes I tell the students that good design is also designless sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, many times. But sometimes it's that you have to think first many things, and you could arrive to something or a product or maybe just a solution or a system or something. If we talk about, for example, the previous about the ancestors, I'm reading a book that is called Almost Solver.
I cannot almost. I mean,
listen, no?
Yeah. It's because. Please, could we turn off the air conditioning? It's because I don't know, for some reason in here I cannot see. She's sitting next to me, but I can hear her.
It's the noise.
Okay. Anyway, I'm reading a book that is called Almost Solver because it says that we are all the time solving problems.
Yeah.
Okay. And there are two phrases that I was like shocked when I read them. And one was, "We are time. Every person is time." And it asks you, what do you want to do with your time?
Yeah.
And do you want to give something, a legacy to the next generations? And now maybe I'm in my crisis of the middle age, and I'm thinking all the time, what is my purpose in life? I don't know. But I would like to think about that. And even there is another question and something that I read, and it's sometimes there are two ways to listen. Is listening to understand, or listening to wait for a reply and give your answer.
To understand or to?
To reply.
Yeah.
And it's something that we should
to be
change.
right, basically.
Yeah, something
to
I think we
you're
should,
right.
yeah. And for example, now as industrial designers at the office, we are very involved with small companies that they have that values of transparency and traceability, and so we want to work and do this kind of things. There are some images.
Since we were running out of time, shall we face the question that I asked the other panels on the fake ethics and your relationship and how you see it and how to fight it, actually?
Fake ethics sometimes, as I mentioned before, you can be the one making the fake ethic because a mistake. But I have an example that was before we received the National Design Award in 2007. And I explained to one person, and afterwards she explained it to the jury. What's a coincidence? But realistically, it was that we designed it. We include a product in a catalog that was designed by our internal team at that moment, and was very close to a product from an Italian company. But we never seen before this product, and just after we launched the catalog, then boom, we see this was like close to 18 years ago. And then what we decided is, because we didn't launch it, all the catalogs to the market, then we blew it, all the pages, all the 2 pages with the products, and disappeared. The problem disappeared, never was published. We used the catalogs, was very affordable, can be the mistake. But this was a reaction. That means sometimes you can do and mention that it's important how you react. On the other hand, I don't like, or I hate, we can say, what I say, bad marketing. Now you can use greenwashing or ethical washing. For me, it's bad marketing in the worst sense of bad marketing. And this is something that could be because of your education, your values, and things that you learn. Well, for example, in Procter & Gamble, the company that I mentioned before, when they say that they have the dishwashing for machines whitest, the more white color in the market, was true. Because they have 600 people doing the research, and then they compare all the whites in the world, and this was the whitest. And they say this is the whitest. That means this is good marketing. That means it's very important when you say something must be true. Obviously, you can have the skills to communicate these kind of things. But a lot of people, big companies, professionals, institutions, politicians, confuse this. And they have the ability to communicate something, but the important thing is what is behind this. Is true or not? That's the more important thing. And that's mandatory. I think I don't understand anything if it's not true, if there is something even bigger than what you are communicating. What happened most of the cases with the good professionals, with the good companies. They have not time enough or capacity to communicate who they are. That's, for me, the good marketing. And the opposite is fake and happens in many fields.
Thank you for being so specific, and for recycling the catalogs and rethinking, because I think we all learn from rethinking what we have done. This morning you were saying it. I always think I can improve what I've done. So, I mean, this is an attitude, a very ethical attitude. Of course, if you take it to an extreme, you become so self-critical that you know, but as an attitude, do you agree that it helps? Yes?
Yeah, self-criticism is uncomfortable. Obviously, you don't suffer because of it, but it's like the continuous improvement. These are the 2 things that are good for companies, for professionals, in my opinion. If this become part of the culture and you don't feel that you are attacked because of this feedback, then you can start growing. But now it's as I mentioned before, I think now is a moment, is the moment of all of these people that stay here. I mentioned to my son, changing another time the message, that they are lucky to start their professional life now. because I see more opportunities now. Could be because I have more experience, I don't know. But now than never, it's and the method to take advantage, the method is design. From design, you will change the world. It's clearly this.
Yeah, I think the future is the change, and the change is the necessary change. Well, do you have any questions for any of them? Yes?
Hi. I ask these questions both either to Benjamin or Jesus as representatives of the industry. If you agree that the main goal of a company is to sell as many products as possible, so the company is sustainable in the long term, it's not a contradiction with making lasting products which you don't have to replace for many years?
No, I think our intention, for example, as a company, is to have these kind of products, the lasting products that that will be forever in the catalog. This is my intention from the day one I started in this company, running the company, but sometimes you can't do it. But now we are facing big opportunities because there are new business models that there are not too many examples, but the business model is changing because you need to have this circularity. And you need to have this longevity. And you need to have this second life. You need to repair, to refurbish. Then it's going to appear, and this, the digital passport that Anna asked before, that is going to be mandatory, could be in a couple of years, is going to open one of the, because you will have the traceability of the designer. For example, imagine that you are generating a design, and after 25 years, this design is still alive. You can reupholster or do something, and you can sell another time. Could be the company and the designer is going to receive some, why not, royalties because of this second or third or fourth life, because you have the traceability. And the traceability is good for the world because we don't need to take another tree from the nature, or we need to take another element for the nature because you are looking and achieving this longevity. Obviously, the intention should be always, and the real intention, not only good intention, is to achieve this longevity in the products and to have to think about this future need that is to prolong the life of the product and to have this second life. And then this is something that influences in the design, because some designs that was designed 50 years ago, or 40 years ago, or 30 years ago, were not taking into account this. Even the materials, even the technology, even the process, and many things that you are doing in the way you do the things must be changed in order to support the opportunities of the digital passport and many other business manners and opportunities that we don't know today, but are happening.
Benjamin?
Just in addition, making my son, yep, cool. The idea of making a design classic or a piece of furniture that can be designed once and used forever is a certain type of product category. In the world I'm working in, we have to make a product that can be dropped from 1 meter 5. It can be dumped into toothpaste for 24 hours in an oven. It needs to go underwater to 15 meters and still be able to be used. And it's cutting 15,000 copper wire hairs every morning. It's a very aggressive and very difficult product to produce to be able to stand the test of time. And by design, the last 40, 50 years, our products are repairable. I've got a guy who can take our battery out, replace the head, and have the product back together in 48 seconds. New battery, and you've got another 10 years of lifespan for this product. So sometimes it's a challenge to make something that can stand the test of time and then stand the durability nature of being able to survive what you throw at this product. And it's quite a big challenge to make things that can stand the test of time from a quality standpoint. That's why design and quality is a good business model. If you can get that balance between making something that can survive, it's a very, very good business model. And it can even then be repaired. We have a replacement part system. You can take the head off and put a brand new head on. You've got a brand new shaver after 7 years. If the battery does die after 10, 12 years, you can replace the battery. You get another 10 years out of it. So this idea of longevity has many faces. It's the longevity of aesthetics, or the longevity or the challenge to make a product that can survive everything that gets thrown at it in the everyday. That's the more everyday use products like our shavers, epillators and stuff. But we've got some great kitchen examples. We got a letter about 10 years ago from an Italian woman who's been baking cakes since her wedding day for 60 years. She was given a cake baking machine from Brown, 1956, a mixing machine. And she sent a photo of the cake she made for her 60th anniversary for her husband, for her family. I just wanted to say thank you to Brown because this product has been with her for 60 years, doing the same thing over and over again, and it's become part of their family culture. Are you making the cake again this year, Mum? Of course I am. So that's again where products and design becomes part of your everyday narrative and part of your story. I'm sure she's going to pass that cake-making machine onto her children. That's also a magical part of that story. But again, longevity is such an important thing, and it provides stories and provides anecdotes and stuff. I don't believe designers should be sitting around, this is my last pun, designing for a museum.
Yeah, you mentioned that before, yes.
Designers aren't...
Not to design for a museum.
Dietrich Lupz, Fritz Eichler, all these guys were not sitting around going, I'm going to create something that's going to be in MoMA. They were sitting around going, I'm going to create a better product. And that better product as a portfolio became worthy of a museum. Again, it's the intent of why am I doing this? If that intent is a good one, I'm going to make better products to solve a problem. And that becomes potentially discussion-worthy, museum-worthy down the line. But designing classics and designing the next generation classic icon, it's not the right goal. It's sort of, that can be a good result if you do your job properly.
Yeah, although Brown is in many museums.
That's a result.
Happens to
That
be
wasn't the
as a
intent.
result.
Again,
Yes.
that's again, word intent again.
Yes. Any other question in the audience? Yeah.
District Oficina. As designers or companies, you are working with very ethical ways, as we know. But how communicate these values to the final consumer? How to send the message?
In my opinion, I think everybody of us, we have another job. We are activists from some years ago, but we don't know. Always when the people ask our company, ask me to participate, I say, okay, I'm learning. When I learn enough, I will teach or I will do this lecture. It's always my answer. But after I realized that the society, our industry and the world, they need references, examples. Then we change, and then we are using part of our time to explain, to do these things, roundtables, to do lectures in universities, to participate as more people as possible. We have internal documents in order to explain these things that I'm talking now. I explain in a video conference, and then to the more than 500 or 600 people in the company, and then they can. I give my own presentation with all the details to all of them, and then can use it in order to explain. And then I think we need to explain. In our case, we are lucky because we deal with opinion leaders. That means the A&D community is opinion leaders. Then they are avant-garde from the consumer. It's more difficult if you deal with the consumers clearly. That's in this case, I think in our company, in Andreu World, we are privileged because this direct influence, you notice immediately the feedback, and that's reinforcing your energy in order to do better and better. But I think all of the people that we stay here, but because this is the design community, really, it's I think an obligation that we must explain and be passionate because it happens. It's not happening. It's happened before, and the pandemic was a sign, but there will come many more. And if we don't react, we will be in a trouble. And then, on the other hand, it's an opportunity. But we should explain. And by the way, nobody is going to pay €1 more for anything sustainable. This is something that I realized 25 years ago. Then don't waste your time. It should be added value without more cost. That's clear. Then another thing to think in design.
Yeah. Even maybe we could educate the consumer to know why a chair costs that way. Why?
Inform.
Yes, we have to educate it. No, I go to this place because it's very cheap. I buy this t-shirt, €3. €3, a t-shirt. No, we have to change the way we consume. And if we can buy something that had that price, is because there are values behind it, because maybe it has a lot of quality. and they have been thinking about the durability. So all the things that we are discussing right now. But I think this is very complicated, and we had to educate the consumer. And I don't know, communication, something, companies, or all these kind of
we talk
events.
about creating a narrative, because you need to create a shared narrative. So it's about how everybody benefits from that, and everybody gets to create a legacy.
And it's true that, for example, Brown, in a way, has educated the consumer, informing them that not the cheapest can be the best sometimes. But on the other hand, I think sometimes the consumer educates the industry, or can educate the industry. Don't want this, don't buy this, don't use it.
Yeah, that's true.
So on this note, I'm afraid we have to close. I will try to summarize this last panel. Benjamin Wilson from Brown, he said that intentions and choices lead to ethics. So the very beginning, intentions are basic. He also says that the reason behind a product is to improve something that works for millions, the case of Brown particularly. He spoke about Brown as an inclusive company, and he said that a good designer is a curious human being. Now, as a key, as a legacy, solve the problem in a better way. It's basically what you think about design, no? Ana Segovia from Others Design, she said that she uses values when she designs from the beginning of the process. She doesn't incorporate them later on. In her opinion, ethical is not only a choice of material, but it's about the whole process. You have to think about the whole process. She talked about the possibility or the need to have necessary products which are repairable and accessible as well. She mentioned that many times a good design is a less design or is less designed, no? And the importance, she differentiated between the importance of listening to understand or listening to answer, basically, right? Jesus Linares, you have been talking about the sense of honesty in the product and ethics that start with suppliers and with employees. You talk about an ethical progress in which design is not just form and function, but also responsibility. You talk about a transparent practice, how to build a transparent practice with inclusion, with sustainability, of course. But basically, you summarize that ethics is putting people and the planet first before profit, for example. You talked about, you call an action that mentioning that design is power, and the fact that being ethical is an opportunity, and you proved it. And finally, Sonia Manchanda of Spread Design, she spoke about sustainability that goes beyond using particular materials and that causes no trouble. He said that sustainability is also about regeneration. It's about rethinking to go. She mentioned many criteria, responsibility, to differentiate between desirability, viability, and with responsibility. She compared design to nature, learned from nature, and she also spoke about a culture of design. And finally, she gave us this sentence, to be a better ancestor. So with this note, I will let Jesus close this day.
Okay, I will be very brief. First of all, thank you very much to every one of you to stay here close to 5 hours listening about ethics. This is the most remarkable thing today, to resist all of this time together. Thank you very much. Thank you as well, and I want an applause to Anachu Zabalbeaskoa. Because these kind of things practically can only be done by Anachu Zabalbeaskoa. It's a very difficult discussion, ethics, as you see. And she tried hard, and I think has been a very productive and interesting for all of us session. Thank you to Valencia Innovation and for all the means and the support. And I want to say you briefly that this is something that comes from an idea that we discussed in the board of directors of the World Industrial Design, or the World Design Organization. Close to 2 years ago, we proposed to do the board of directors here in Valencia in these dates in June. And practically 1 year ago, we decided to do the World Industrial Design Day in Valencia for the first time, in Spain for the first time, and with this hybrid system, indirect or with other connections from Asia to America. I should tell you that this morning at 2 o'clock in the morning from Asia, some speakers start talking about ethics from Korea, from Taiwan, India, Japan. Then they came to Middle East, Europe, then start in Europe in the morning, then they stay in Valencia during this close to 5 hours. And now, when we finish, I will go to the lunch. Then they will continue until 7:30 in America, North America and Latin America, speaking about ethics. This is the World Industrial Design Day that has been celebrated here. I'm more than happy because I'm from Valencia and I see what the impact of the World Design Capital in Valencia in 2022. That was a wonderful, magnificent, awesome and amazing energy. What happens, how aligned the different interests, politicians, that is not easy, and companies, but professionals, associations, was something that surprised me in the best way. And we try to have a little bit of this energy that we lived a couple of years ago or 3 years ago in this journey with you. Thank you for coming, and please enjoy the lunch that you are invited today. Thank you.